We shall now continue the high-level thematic debate of the General Assembly on promoting tolerance and reconciliation. I'd like to warmly welcome all of you to this meeting, which will focus on the potential of religion in building bridges of tolerance and reconciliation. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon.
Your Excellency, Mr. Sam Kutesa, President of the General Assembly, Honorable Mr. Nasir Abdulaziz Al Nasser, High Representative for the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, Excellencies, distinguished faith leaders, Your Eminences, Your Holinesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the President of the General Assembly and the High Representative for the United Nations Alliance of Civilization for organizing this event and for inviting the world's faith leaders to participate. I thank you all for coming. Yesterday, we had the productive debate on how to foster a peaceful, inclusive societies and how to counter violent extremism. Today, we turn to what you, as men and women with a great influence on people across the world, can and must do in this vital endeavor. We have all been outraged by the recent murders and destruction of cultural heritage carried out by violent extremists, cynically invoking religion as their guide. At a time when we are seeing so much division and hatred, I wanted to bring people together under the banner of the United Nations to explore how best to respond. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the United Nations. Our organization was born from the ashes of the Second World War. Clear values were set for member states in the United Nations Charter. The dignity and worth of the human person, the equal rights of men and women, tolerance, and living together in peace and harmony with one another as good neighbors. These principles are our bedrocks and our inspiration. They are what this organization is pledged to defend. But today, around the world, they are under siege. Our values are held in contempt by terrorists and violent extremists bent on imposing their warped visions and bankrupt ideologies. Violent extremism is not the North-South or East-West issues. It's not confined to a particular region or religion. It transcends borders and exists across the world. Religion does not cause violence. People do. It's not the religion. People do violate. Today, we see violent extremism most vividly in the atrocities committed by Daesh or ISIL, Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, and other sectarian and terrorist groups. But it is also evident in racist acts and hate speeches. Migrants are among the most frequent targets, often at the hands of politicians. Prejudice against those another faith, history, or culture is always toxic. There is a direct line between prejudice and extremism and between racism and genocide. After the Holocaust of the Second World War, we vowed never again. But we have seen ethnic cleansing and genocide in many places since. Yet we have also seen reconciliation. That is the paradox of the human condition. Yes, we are capable of utmost brutality, but also of courage and compassion, healing and forgiveness, tolerance and reconciliation. Distinguished faith leaders, today I ask for your wisdom and leadership. I see two ways in which you can make a difference. First, we need you to promote dialogue as an antidote to sectarian tensions. I have committed to forming an advisory panel of faith leaders and others to guide us in addressing these complex issues. Your voices will be critical in countering hate speech and finding common ground. Second, we must address the factors that enable violent extremists to gain new recruits. Later this year, I'll present to the General Assembly a United Nations plan of action to prevent violent extremism. This will be a comprehensive plan of action. Faith leaders work on the front lines of their communities. Many of you can see the forces of radicalization or intolerance at play. I urge you to use your spiritual and moral influence to counter their narrative by standing up for moderation and mutual understanding. We must ask ourselves, what is the attraction of extremist ideologies? Most of those recruited by violent extremists are young men, although we are also seeing women fall under the influence as well. Many are frustrated with the few avenues available to them to pursue productive lives and find their place in society. Many are galvanized and then radicalized by the violence or injustice they see around them or on social media. These abuses and perceived indignities can make individuals ripe for recruitment by violent extremists. We must show them another way, a better way. That includes working to end poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity. And it means upholding human rights and providing peaceful channels for the resolution of grievances. Missiles may kill terrorists, but I'm convinced that good governance is what we kill terrorism. That is why I urge you to speak out against human rights breaches and social injustice wherever you counter them. I ask you to amplify the voice of the moderate majority so we may drown out those who preach violence and hatred. I also hope the media will do more to avoid falling into the trap of providing fringe elements and provocateurs with the very attention they seek. Distinguished faith leaders, you have a vast audience, great influence, and an immense responsibility. I count on you to use your standing in society for the collective good. We must always protect the rights of people to think, speak, and worship freely. We must firmly protect our cultural heritage and condemn those who want to rewrite history. Let us stress our common humanity. Let us be courageous in opposing the forces of violent extremism. And let us equally be brave and courageous in addressing the ills of society and the injustice that plague so many lives. I'm troubled by an empathy gap in our world today. People are turning their eyes from what is happening to others. Communities rush to point out an affront against themselves, but ignore or dismiss the legitimate grievances of others. I'm worried that a certain numbness and helplessness may be setting in as people witness atrocity after atrocity. We must not lose sight of our common humanity and our shared duty to respond. We expect our religious leaders to be brave and to teach their followers when they see something morally wrong. Together, we can rise to the call of the UN Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, reaffirm human rights, and promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. I count on your strong engagement and commitment and leadership for a world where everybody can live with dignity and harmony and well-being. I thank you very much. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. We will now begin the plenary segment. I now give the floor to Mr. Kamar Baraika Abdul Salam, Director of Islamic Studies Department at Al-Arja and a member of the Executive Board of the Center for Dialogue.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the world. Peace and the blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and upon the people of his household and upon all of his companions. His Excellency, the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, His Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency, the High Representative of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, honorable members of the panel, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The peace and the blessings and mercy of Allah be upon you all. I have been most fortunate and favored by Providence to be accorded the honor of giving a speech on behalf of Al-Azhar, one of the oldest religious institutions in the world. I extend to the honorable members my own thanks that are beyond my humble power to express. It is God to be here with you in the United Nations at this time. The coming together of world interfaith harmony, meeting to promote tolerance and reconciliation and foster peaceful, inclusive, and countering extremism. Our meeting today comes at a most critical and the most troubled of times, when our countries and nations are confronted with profound and complex challenges that we are all fully convinced of, that no one religion, no one nation, and no one organization can do what is needed in the present moment. Al-Azhar's position was clear from the very beginning to the whole world in condemning extremism and in responding to the allegations of those who commit crimes against the humanity in the name of religion. Let me quote the words of His Eminence, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Ahmad Al-Tayyib, in which he unmasked the root causes of the crimes perpetrated by the extremist groups who are donning the mantle of religion, and in which he completely rejected the misuse of religion as a justification for extremism. He says, the terrorists declare that all the Muslims are disbelievers on the basis of an erroneous and deviant understanding of the Quran and the Sunnah. The new extremists express this very belief after perverting the proper meaning of the concept disbelief as well as the concept of belief, even though this belief has been defined by the Prophet himself, peace be upon him. Muslims have always subscribed to this definition, which rule that no Muslim may be pronounced as a disbeliever merely on account of having committed a sin, even if this sin is a grave one. He also responded to the extremist group concerning their claim about jihad. He says, firstly, jihad is legitimate in Islam only if it is waged in self-defense, in the defense of one's religion, or in the defense of one's country. Secondly, the declaration of jihad and engaging in it may not be undertaken by just anyone, but only by the ruler. Ladies and gentlemen, Islam prohibits attack on any human soul, whatever is its religion or its belief or its ethnicity. The verses of the Quran and the prophetic traditions are very clear in this regard. قال تعالى: من أجل ذلك كتبنا على بني إسرائيل أنه من قتل نفسا بغير نفس أو فساد في الأرض فكأنما قتل الناس جميعا. On account of his deeds, we decreed to the children of Israel that if anyone kills a person unless a retribution for murder or spreading corruption in the land, it is as if he kills all mankind. While if any saves a life, it is as if he saved the lives of all mankind. عن ابن عمر رضي الله عنه قال: قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم: لن يزال المؤمن في فسحة من دينه ما لم يصب دما حراما. In the hadith which narrated by Ibn Umar, that the Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said, a believer continue to guard his faith and thus hopes for Allah's mercy, so long as he does not shed blood unjustly. This hadith unequivocally means that so long as Muslims does not kill another person unjustly, he is more hopeful of the mercy of Allah, and it deserves it also, as long as he does not commit murder. When he kills an innocent person, the gate of Allah's compassion will be closed on him. In Islam, the moral values such as charity, sincerity, truthfulness, keeping one's promise, justice, tolerance, mercy, goodwill, decency, generosity, etc., are universal. They are not exclusive or limited to the treatment of the Muslims only, but it is an obligation on the Muslims to observe these moral values in their dealings with the non-Muslims as well. Every Muslim has been made responsible to employ good manners in dealings with all people regardless of their religions or their ethnicities. The Quran taught us that there is a level of communication that goes beyond blood relationship, beyond religion, beyond race, and beyond ethnicity. That is the human level in which all the humanity are frequently addressed in the Quran. Allah has created us differently, so we have to accept and respect our differences and mutually collaborate together for the betterment of the community. Ladies and gentlemen, in this particular occasion, I quote the statement of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, which he said 12 years ago: we must not be tempted to believe that extremism is in some way the hallmark and the essence of the Muslim extremism. The hallmark and the essence of the Muslims. Extremism is no more the monopoly of Islam than it is the monopoly of other religions. The vast majority of the Muslims, though pious, are moderate in their politics. There is the religion of the middle way. The Prophet himself always disliked and feared extremism. Ladies and gentlemen, the Muslims was described in the Quran as a moderate or a middle nation, ummatan wasata, and Islam is the religion of the middle way. To clarify the concept of wasatiyah, one needs a benchmark, so those who are holding to the middle of the benchmark are moderates. However, those who go to the very end are extremists. To extend the metaphor, Moderation is the normal way of understanding the religion. However, tatarruf extremism is the fanatic understanding of the religion. Extremism is a general term that we may encounter in every sphere of this life, in politics, economics, and in religion as well. In every religion, there are some fanatic groups. Extremism is not the monopoly of Islam. As mentioned above, dialogue and discussing the extremist thought and beliefs may provide the remedy for extremism. Terrorism, on the other hand, is the unlawful use or threatened use of force by a person or organized group against a people or property with the intention of intimidating to coercing societies or governments, often for ideological or political reasons. In such a case, the remedy will not be through dialogue or debate, but the need to move from word to action becomes urgent. Moreover, the relationship between violence and terrorism needs to be identified. It is noted that not every violent action could be described as a terrorism, but not vice versa. Violence crimes are a personal crime where the criminal knew his victim in most cases, but the terrorist does not pay attention to the direct victim of his crime, and he even does not know those against whom the crime is perpetrated. The innocent victims, according to the terrorist, are just a legitimate tool to send a message of terror and intimidation to others. It is the most heinous crime in the Islamic Sharia because it is a crime against the humanity as a whole. What do we need right now is a rapid response and collective action to encounter and prevent the crimes of terrorism against innocent civilians in the name of religion or in the name of ethnicity or under any other pretexts, and to mobilize faith communities, nations, and civil society to build peace together. I hope that through our discussion in this meeting, we will be able to offer framework to protect the rights of the oppressed and to help defend those who are suffering from terrorism in particular. Perhaps I can affirm with humility that the key word to do this is to spread peace and justice. And to spread peace and justice as a common values which are highly emphasized by heavenly religions and non-heavenly religions alike. In Islam, the word peace, salam, is one of the God's almighty fair names. The faithful are enjoined to reply when addressed by the ignorant people, as Allah says in the Quran, وَإِذَا خَاطَبَهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا سَلَامًا. And the servant of Allah, most gracious, are those who walk on the earth with humility. And when the ignorant addresses them, they say, peace. Imam al-Ghazali, peace be upon him, Imam al-Ghazali, rahimahullah, said that the word peace is to free oneself of defects, one's qualities from deficiencies, and one's actions from evil. In fact, there is no safety, salama, except that's attributable and originates with peace. In the Bible, the prophet Ezekiel speaks of a covenant of peace. Also we read in the Gospel of Matthew, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the sons of God. There is no single religion that asks its followers to kill others. Islam is no exception, and it guarantees freedom of belief and expressions for the Muslims and the non-Muslims alike. It gives every individual the right to choose his own religion. Belief cannot enter the heart without intellectual conviction and emotional contentment. This freedom of belief is essential for peace and the enjoyment of human rights. However, I am aware of the fact that in every religion, in every religious scripture, there are texts that stand as resources for peace and the others that are provoking conflict. If they were taken off contexts or misinterpreted in a literal manner by fanatic groups to serve their own hidden agenda, which goes against the widely accepted interpretation of the religious authority in every religion. We declare to the world at large our condemnation of terrorism that threatens the safety of the innocent people and which is perpetrated in the name of religion, or that is perpetrated under any other pretext. I'm not in need to remind the world that the common values we are sharing are greater than our differences. This is our moment to come together to a common word for the common good, to come to a world of love, compassion, and mercy. And I'm sure that your discussion might help to find a way to heal the pain of the humanity that's suffering for a long time from terrorism that's prevailing in every part of the globe. Finally, we praise Allah the Almighty and implore Him to clear our way in the future and guide us to the landmarks to give us the strength to spread justice and peace in the entire world. I beg your pardon for taking too long of your time, and I thank you all for listening so attentively. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I thank the Director of Islamic Studies Department of Al-Zahar and a member of the Executive Board of the Center for Dialogue for his statement. I now give the floor to Bahai Sahib Bahai Mahindra Singh Arwaria, spiritual leader of the chairman of the Guru Nanak Nishkan Sawak Jatha.
Brothers and sisters, allow me to begin with the Sikh greeting, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. At the outset, I would like to gratefully thank the President of the General Assembly, the UN Secretary General, and the UN High Representative of Alliance of Civilizations for convening this historical meeting, bringing religious leaders to the UN to join forces to overcome violent extremism. Religion in the contemporary world seems to be merely tolerated by a large segment of humanity. Its dignity and honor needs to be genuinely restored and lovingly reestablished. Religion is a useful resource that can provide unique solutions to the very heart of questions that we are addressing at this high-level thematic debate. Apathy towards others is unacceptable, just as intolerance unquestionably is demeaning. The divine does not merely tolerate us, because divine love is unconditional. Tolerance and acceptance, hitherto advocated and currently practiced, needs to be elevated to a higher bar of respect, love, even sacrifice. Reconciliation necessitates bringing conflicting sides together to enter into genuine dialogue, to build respect and acceptance. Reconciliation is inextricably linked to compassion and forgiveness for ensuring sustainable peace. Religious communities are often at the forefront of enacting forms of non-violence and are vital resource. Religion repeatedly surfaces in reconciliation projects and strategies. This is necessarily so because all the virtues and values emanate from the divine. There are excellent stipulated standards for human beings within sacred texts and religious traditions. These comprise the virtues and values of compassion, mercy, forgiveness, truthfulness, selflessness, humility, and most of all, love, for fostering peaceful, inclusive societies. Conversely, lust, rage, greed are frailties and negativities which religion shields, guards, and warns humans against. We are holistic beings with a body, mind, and soul. It is only through empowering the mind of the individual through good values and virtues that it is possible to foster peaceful, inclusive societies. The mind is immensely powerful tool with the capacity to be either one's best friend or indeed one's worst enemy. The mind has infinite potential to do good as well as enormous ability to propel one towards greed, cruelty, lies, selfishness, arrogance, hate, belittling and condemnation of others. It is the cultivation and empowerment of the mind that creates the condition for inner peace from which will flow outer peace in the family, the community, the nation state, and the entire world. The preamble to the Constitution of UNESCO reinforces and endorses the capacity of the mind, stating, "Since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed." Prayer from the deepest depths of the heart with utter humility is a powerful plea that assists and reforms the mind. Imbued with divine attributes, devoid of ego, the connection between the divine and creation and its connectivity and interdependence becomes apparent, leading to the realization that in diversity there is unity, and in unity there is strength. Fire cannot be extinguished with more fire. If we want peace, we should prepare for peace and not war. Retaliation leads to a vicious cycle of escalating violence. Albeit at times, defense may be an essential part of combating violent extremism. Nevertheless, compassion and forgiveness have to be maintained at all times. Extremists select and choose isolated verses of religious texts, which through misinterpretation and misquotation are used to spread hate and intolerance. In order to counter these challenges and threats they pose, multiple strategies to counter violent extremism are necessary. Religious practitioners and scholars need to assist in correcting misinterpretations and misquotations that lead to radicalization and violent extremism. The empowerment of the human mind through good value-led education is also an integral part of any such strategy. There is a need for more sustained, meaningful engagement between governments, civil society, religious leaders, and the communities they represent. All these relevant stakeholders must be permanently connected and integrated into the work of the UN system on the basis of equitable and effective partnerships. This would entail reform and structural change to the UN's engagement with religion and religious leaders, perhaps best achieved through an interreligious advisory council to the UN Secretary General. Collectively, these would provide unparalleled capacity to foster a disposition of inclusivity and make available conceptual resources that have hitherto been marginalized. Values-driven education must drive the change required to meet the challenges of violent extremism. In Birmingham, UK, we have developed 3 such exemplars that can foster harmony and inclusivity, local and globally. First, Nishkam Sikh ethos multi-faith schools prepare children to embrace the changing scenario of the 3rd millennium. They impart moral and spiritual dispositions together with values and virtues from the great religious traditions, essential for establishing the foundations of our future global citizens. Second, the Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation is an initiative to develop a founding document for a movement to foster forgiveness and reconciliation in private and public life. The vision of the Charter is that the act of forgiving is vital if healing and reconciliation is to take place as part of our collective efforts to seek restorative justice and sustainable peace. Third is the proposed development of a Museum of World Religions, UK, which will bring together living religious traditions from around the world as the indispensable inspirations of cultures and civilizations. These traditions in our global village can no longer exist or be considered in isolation. Today, they are increasingly interdependent, interconnected, seeking serious collaboration and dialogue. Brothers and sisters, please allow me to share a brief prayer of Guru Nanak from the Sikh tradition. The whole world is suffering, engulfed in flames of many destructive forces, primarily lust, revenge, greed, and ego. We plead to you, God, through your mercy, please protect and save us. No matter which door or sanctuary or place of worship we come from, take us into your fold and refuge. Pray, shelter, and protect us. Thank you.
I thank the spiritual leader and chairman of the Guru Nanak Nishkam Sawaki Jatha for his statement. I now invite participants to view a video message by the Ayatollah Sayyid Mustafa Mohagega Daman.
In the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Distinguished Chairman of the United Nations General Assembly, Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to have been given this opportunity to express my views on the most important issues that the world's public opinion is concerned about today. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the high-level authorities and dignitaries who, despite numerous other commitments, spend time exchanging views on such vital issues of concern to the world. Today, promoting tolerance, compromise, and reconciliation, fostering peace and tranquility, and fighting violence and extremism are the main challenges to humanity. There is no doubt that the monotheistic faiths and religions have always played a fundamental role in the attainment of these goals. At present, and due to misunderstandings and a lack of knowledge about the proper tenets of religion and the divine message of God, horrendous suffering and tragedies are now taking place. And as we observe every day, many innocent people are killed, injured, or displaced purely due to religious intolerance and prejudice. Now that prudent religious leaders have understood this problem and its negative consequences, we have the opportunity to do our best to strengthen and promote religious tolerance and to edify believers with a culture of tolerance. We should teach everybody to respect the rights of others, be they men, women, or children, be they poor or rich. We should ensure the principles of equality and brotherhood of human beings. Today's world is subject to intense and extensive developments that have no precedent in the past. The expansion of telecommunications and the ensuing information explosion have resulted in significant changes in public opinion. And although in many cases these means of communications have become an instrument of corruption, immorality, and expansion of conflicts and discord, they have no doubt at the same time been able to serve as a means of promoting reconciliation, understanding, and empathy among human beings, and promoting peaceful coexistence among nations. It is evident that they can also contribute to the reform and promotion of public culture in the hands of the intellectuals. Excellencies, peace, friendship, and kindness are the main teachings of all the monotheistic faiths. While monotheism, as the main pillar of divine religions, means that only one God is worshipped, it also refers to the unity of humanity and the prohibition of any discrimination among human beings. The ominous element of discrimination is the root of all hostilities and conflicts among different communities. Monotheism teaches us to consider all human beings, despite their differences in race, color, language, ethnicity, or place of birth, as members of one family, or rather, as parts of one body. According to the religious teachings, love, kindness, and sacrifice are from God, while hostility, enmity, and bloodshed are from the devil, and man is advised not to follow the devil. The modern person lives in a period when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights exists, which is a guide for us all today and also in the future. I would like to announce expressly that the sublime foundations and principles of this declaration, which resulted from collective insight, practical wisdom, and human common sense, are truly compatible with the religious heavenly ideals and the teachings of God's prophets, whose efforts were always aimed at the redemption of human beings and freeing them from the bonds of hatred, egocentrism, and evil. According to religious teachings, from the first day of creation, God, the Almighty, prohibited man from committing violence and bloodshed, and has forbidden him from corruption on earth. Humanity is indebted to the United Nations, which has, during the period of its existence, striven to promote peace and tranquility among nations. Organizing this very forum and inviting many of the world's intellectuals is yet another step towards this goal. We pray to God and wish this organization may achieve its objectives. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, may God, the Almighty, bless you and help you succeed in this task. Peace, mercy, and the blessings of God be upon you all.
I now give the floor to Monsignor Michel de Bost, President of the Commission of Interreligious Dialogue at the Conference of Bishops of France.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, thank you for having given me this opportunity to address you. Dear friends, it is an honor for me to be here speaking before you. God is love. This was the first message of Pope Benedict XVI to humankind. Faced with terrorism and economic, social, or political violence, and faced with the criminal cynicism of Daesh, this reminder of an essential truth for believers might seem simultaneously both pitiful and vital. Pitiful because his appeal, as we're all very well aware, did not halt the conflicts which rack our society, particularly those conflicts which use religion as a pretext. But vital because each religion could fall into the trap of being tempted by violence. In fact, each and every religion offers a symbolic framework. It has means of raising awareness of education. It has institutions, players, and identity which encourages endogamy and is prone to mobilization. The goal of universality, shared by the major religions, the quest for a purity worthy of God, and an idea of eternal salvation themselves can also make religions dangerous. If believers are to have a role as bridge builders of tolerance and reconciliation, it is therefore vital that these same believers remember that both in good times and in bad, that they are not God, that only God is absolute, that God alone is truth, and that God alone is merciful and is love. For us Christians, the call of Christ is an appeal for forgiveness against those who were attacking him, made by a man in the throes of death. Now, I would now like to turn to some more practical notions of what this idea means. We need to have meetings so that we can speak face to face to express these ideas of faith and religion. Together with theologians, imams and priests, we organize several working sessions every year to address these issues, which, if we don't have discussion on, we may become intransigent and or violent. The last meetings we had focused on how we interpret our holy texts. This is very important if we are to understand how we're to act in the future. And we also addressed freedom of belief or conscience. I think we all agree that we need to love, but how do we do that? We live in countries where our cultures, our situations, our circumstances are different, and there is no single right answer to that question, how do we love? In the majority of countries, religion does have a role to play as a proponent of values which tie us together as the national community in that country. However, something that was very easily understood a few years back has become increasingly murky as we see pluralism spread across the surface of the world. And so, against the backdrop of this new reality, religions have to ask themselves, how do we live out our freedom of conscience and our right to convert in our own lands, and how do we fight for those rights? To bring about this pluralist understanding in the changing face of society, it is important to recognize that the state as well has a key role to play. In France, as some of you may know, we live in a country built on the values of liberty, equality, and fraternity. And in order to give tangible shape to these values, the state has a whole raft of laws which allows citizens to live out these values, whatever their beliefs. Our legal system is a secular one, or a laïque one, to use the French word. It's a fairly unique system that wouldn't work in every other nation. However, I think it has this underpinning idea that we can all borrow from, that there can be no togetherness if there isn't this idea underpinning society of fraternity. And fraternity or brotherhood cannot be created by decree. It's something that comes from the heart. And that is why in this field, believers do have a role to play in promoting that concept. But how to do that, again, coming back to the practical? Well, we need, as I've said, to meet face to face. We have followed the example of Lebanon, and a few days ago in France, we organized a day where Muslims and Catholics got together to have a discussion about the Virgin Mary, because in both religions we have a key place occupied by the Virgin Mary. She's a key figure, and so we had a lengthy exchange upon the way we perceive her, our beliefs, our faith, and we were able to pray side by side at the end of that day. It's very easy to speak of fraternity glibly like that, but it's important to recognize that it's difficult to live out. I live in a building where there are representatives of different religions, and it's not often easy to live shoulder by shoulder, to rub along together. You need to understand each other's differences. The first step that must be taken is to get to know one another, to meet, to live in the spirit of friendliness, togetherness, and a willingness to exchange ideas. And I think the key to all of this is education, is training. In the textbooks and in the way in which we talk about others in a school, in the classroom, the possibility of arming our children with bombs that they can lob at one another in the form of ideas which are very dangerous. I won't point the finger at any country, but I think we all need to make sure that in schools and universities we teach about the other people and the importance of them and respecting them. We know there are many Christians who are very familiar with Islam. We have those who are experts in Islam teaching in Catholic universities in France. We also have good links with French Protestants, and we also support an organization, an institution in Rabat in Morocco, also supported by His Majesty the King of Morocco, which provides a space for Christians, Catholics and Muslims to understand one another. Fraternity needs that understanding, that coming together, but it also needs truth and justice. It needs an understanding of history, a willingness to understand the other person, particularly those who may hold views or attitudes that offend us. We also need to demystify conflict, war, because conflict is unfortunately a part of human history, and it's easy to say that God is on our side when you participate in a war, but it's important to remember that God is never a party to war. He never takes sides. He simply calls upon us all to defend victims. Fraternity calls upon us to dispense with unjustified privilege. It calls upon us to take care of each other, even those who are dissidents or prisoners, even of those who we might feel ourselves compelled to fight against because of difference of view. Now, when we meet, we all have to recognize that we have a role to play in global society and that we can encourage each other, spur each other on as different religions when we come together in that way. And our Memorial Day in France on the 11th of November, when we remember those who have died for France, I ask for a rabbi and a Muslim to come with me as we celebrate and mark that solemn day in France as a testimony of our willingness to stand together, first as citizens with social links. Fraternity asks for more of us than all I've just said. My predecessor had a great deal to say about this, and I would echo what they had to say. It needs more. It means a bigger dimension to society than simple consumerism. It has to have this desire for coming together, of sharing gifts and time at Eid, at Christmas, breaking bread together. We need to visit one another, to visit each other's houses. At the beginning of January, I organized a meeting of imams in France together with the Pope, and it was very impressive to see the Pope ask French imams to pray for him. And it seems to me that meetings of this ilk bear a very significant fruit. Fraternity as a concept needs hope. It needs a sense and understanding of life and what life's all about. We as religious leaders and as members of faith are responsible for telling our communities, our brothers and sisters, that there's a source of hope in the world. Fear can stand as an obstacle to any meeting. It can turn people against one another. We need to use our faith to overcome fear and to avoid becoming inward-looking. We need to live with this joie de vivre, this enjoyment out of life. God is love. The words of Pope Benedict XVI is a message that all Christians can relate to and can repeat. It is in believing in the mercy of God and in praying to God to share that mercy with us that we will have the strength that we need to be able to forge bridges and fight for reconciliation. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Commission of Interreligious Dialogue at the Conference of Bishops of France for his statement. I now give the floor to His Grace John Baptist Naro-Fominsk, and Administrator of the Patriarchal Parishes of the United States of America.
Уважаемые дамы и господа,
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my gratitude to the President of the General Assembly and the UN Secretary General, and also to the High Representative of the Alliance for Civilization, for the invitation to participate in the discussion, the relevance of which is growing in parallel with a stepping up of cases of interethnic, cultural, and religious intolerance, which ever more often are flaring up in today's world. The UN General Assembly, integrating the forces of various global political, diplomatic, religious, and public leaders, is one of the significant fora for carrying out such a dialogue and a productive discussion of problems. We are obliged to note that despite the continuing efforts to overcome crises in the Middle East, in Northern Africa, and other regions, they are still at the center of global attention. The manifestations we see there of intolerance are taking on the form of extremist terrorist acts and crimes against mankind. Ever more frequent examples of open persecution of religious freedom, persecution and the killing of citizens, inter alia those of Christian domination, oblige us to speak about Christianophobia and call upon political leaders more responsibly and decisively to deal with the settlement of these conflicts in order to have an immediate cessation of bloodshed and violence against innocent citizens. Unfortunately, very often the facts of the violations of rights of Christians are not properly reflected in the press. Cases of the consistent murders of Christians are simply passed over to the point that in certain regions of the Middle East, Christian presence right now has been reduced by a third or is on the verge of total annihilation. To resolve problems of insufficient informational coverage, what may be useful here is the experience of the Russian Orthodox Church on monitoring the rights and freedoms of Orthodox Christians in Europe. The Internet resource of the same name was launched on the 10th of March 2015 by the Moscow Patriarchate, which is planning to collect, analyze, and regularly publish information on the violations of rights and freedoms of Orthodox Christians. The Russian Orthodox Church, which properly assesses the situation in crisis regions, continually has been focusing attention of the international community on this problem at meetings of the church leadership with political, public, and religious leaders in the mass media, and also at various international fora and venues. Our church has a long-term and long-standing positive experience of peacekeeping participation in the resolution of conflicts in post-Soviet space. I would like to emphasize the importance of the activity of the interreligious councils of Russia and the CIS, in the framework of which there are discussions and successful solutions to many problems which have been dividing religions from each other and from civil society. In the framework of those interreligious councils, religious leaders have actively been counteracting religious extremism through their statements, projects, and even the fact of the existence of such a dialogue. In Russia, for a long time now, it had been possible in the past to say that so-called religious tolerance, this is a stage that has been left behind. Our model of the relationships between traditional religious communities is now one of full-scale partnership. Another significant interreligious initiative of the Russian Orthodox Church is the joint Russian-Iranian Commission on Dialogue, Orthodoxy Islam. For more than 15 years now, cooperation between the leaders of religious communities has been successfully developing, allowing us to prevent religiously motivated extremism and give a consolidated answer to the challenges of today's world. Particular attention deserves the fact that within the framework of this cooperation, attempts are now being made also to discuss purely theological problems, such as, for example, a comparative consideration of teachings about God and man in the Orthodox and Muslim traditions. The Russian Orthodox Church has close ties with Christian denominations and with other religious communities, and is open to peacekeeping cooperation, and is ready to render any possible support for a speedy solution to conflicts existing in global space. I am convinced that Christians and Muslims, and also the representatives of other religious traditions, are capable not only of peaceful cooperation, but also of full-scale cooperation. Evidence of this is the positive experience over many centuries of Russia, on whose territory right now we have multi-ethnic society professing various religious convictions, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Buddhists, etc. It has been stated many times that the best way to counteract religious extremism is the development of the peaceful role of religion and a strong stress on the religious propagation of dialogue, harmony, international and intercultural dialogue. This is why I am deeply convinced that there is a need to develop the participation of traditional religious actors aimed at peace, dialogue, and creation in the activity of the mass media, in the work of the agencies of various international organizations, in the life of society as a whole. The appeal to preserve the faith of our fatherland and to follow in life the moral and spiritual values, together with a rejection of extremism and terror, will be the best possible inoculation against the abuse of faith for sparking conflicts in the world. Thank you.
I thank the Bishop of Naro-Fominsk and Administrator of the Patriarchal Parishes of the United States of America for his statement. I now give the floor to His Eminence Cardinal Theodore McCarrick, Archbishop Emeritus of Washington, D.C.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the United Nations General Assembly, its president here present, and the United Nations Alliance and Civilization, and in a special way our Secretary General for organizing this high-level thematic debate. Tolerance does not simply mean living side by side and avoiding conflicts. The preamble of the Charter of the United Nations, as you know, reads as follows, quote, "To save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, you have to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors." Not only tolerance, then, but also mutual respect, knowledge, and friendship are necessary to foster peaceful, inclusive societies. Many of us are truly veterans of meetings of this type. They are useful and they are frequent. In the past year, I've been blessed to attend this kind of vitally needed meetings in Jordan, in Kurdistan, in Iran, in the Vatican itself, and in several other lands throughout this troubled world. Religion has an important role in promoting such values. Thus, religious leaders have a particular responsibility to promote tolerance and reconciliation and to reject the misuse of religion as a justification for violence. I'm tremendously conscious of the huge number of refugees whose terrible problems have been caused by the same kind of violence and religious hatred. I salute those nations who are accepting more than their share of refugees because of their deep belief in human dignity, of which the Holy Father, Pope Francis, speaks with such feeling. I would like to focus on some emerging points for your consideration in this important debate. First of all, let us remember the importance of prayer gatherings and educational activities. In fact, every weekend, millions of people go to synagogues, to mosques, to churches, to temples to participate in their own particular prayer services. They listen to the teaching of their respective religious leaders. Once home again, hopefully they reflect on what they've heard, trying to put it into practice in their everyday lives. In addition to weekly services, religious communities generally offer educational opportunities, even beginning in kindergarten, in primary educational, secondary schools, and in some cases, even in universities, where young people receive both religious and general education. Secondly, the influence of religious leaders is very important in shaping the minds of young people toward building peaceful relationships with other human beings. This will help prevent the tendency to incitement which leads to atrocities that are unfortunately necessary to consider today. Let us also remember, for example, that chaplains in hospitals, prisons, military camps are even more effective regarding the people commended to their pastoral care, given the situation of isolation and loneliness of patients and prisoners and soldiers who cannot easily find someone to trust, being far from family and home. The potential and thus the responsibility of religious leaders as promoters of tolerance and reconciliation must not be neglected in order to prevent crimes that, as we know, are present in various regions of the world. We could go on with many more examples, but I think this example may be sufficient to prove that any place which is left bereft of religious, educational, and institutional cooperation among peoples sooner or later becomes a fertile breeding ground for violence and even terrorism, hidden behind the pretext of religious differences. The Holy See, through the Pontifical Council of Religious Dialogue, courageously raised its voice, inviting all those engaged in interreligious dialogue, followers of all religions, and all men and women of goodwill, to unambiguously denounce and condemn those practices which bring shame on humanity. Certainly, no cause and no religion can justify such atrocities. These constitute an extremely serious offense to humanity and to God, who is the Creator. As Pope Francis continually reminds us, let us therefore unite our voices with that of the Holy Father when he proclaims, and I quote him, "May the God of peace stir up in each one of us a genuine desire for dialogue and reconciliation. Violence is never defeated by violence. Violence is defeated by peace." In this context, let us not forget the Pope's insistent call regarding the grave atrocities committed against Christians in different parts of the world, decrying what the Holy Father calls the complicit silence of the people concerned in the defense and protection of our brothers and our sisters who are persecuted, exiled, killed, and beheaded for the sole fact of being Christians. The Pope said, I quote, "I hope that the international community does not remain mute and inert in front of such an unacceptable crime, which constitutes an alarming breach in the most basic of human rights. I truly hope," Pope continues, "the international community does not turn its gaze away to the other side." Pope Francis believes that the motivation for interreligious dialogue is the mutual commitment to peace and justice. In fact, interreligious dialogue is a necessary condition for peace in the world, and so it is a duty for Christians as well as other religious communities. Pope Francis' advocacy of friendship is a model for interreligious dialogue. It is yet another example of what the Pope calls the culture of encounter, asking for our readiness to listen and collaborate for the good of humanity. We believe that there are stages in the development of any dialogue, especially interreligious dialogue. It begins by people start talking with each other. This can be the first stage. But then they start talking to each other. This is a more human approach. And after this, hopefully, they begin to understand each other and then to appreciate each other. And until all the peoples of the world reach that stage, dialogue will never be strong enough to turn the tide against evil and selfishness and hatred. Radicalism, with its extremist tendencies, is incompatible with true religious ethics, and it must be defended through a serious and widespread formation in dialogue. Holy Father said in Turkey a while ago, I quote, "We, Muslims and Christians, are the bearers of spiritual treasures of inestimable worth. Recognizing and developing our common spiritual heritage through interreligious dialogue helps us to promote and to uphold moral values, peace, and freedom in society." To conclude, I would like to stress that to promote sustainable development in local communities is a personal and social duty that demands commitment and concern from everyone, particularly from religious leaders, if we want to counter the spread of violent extremism. The Holy Father said recently in Albania, and I quote, "This means that all those forms of religion and ethics which present a distorted use of religion must be firmly refuted as false, since they are unworthy of God or humanity. Authentic religion is a source of peace and not of violence. No one must use the name of God to commit violence. To kill in the name of God is a grave sacrilege. To discriminate in the name of God is inhuman. What unites us is the path of life, is starting from our own identity for the good of our own brothers and sisters, to do good, and so we can walk together as brothers and sisters in God's one human family. May this be our common cause. Thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless us all."
I thank the Archbishop Emeritus of Washington, D.C. for his statement. I now give the floor to the Most Reverend and the Right Honorable John Tucker Mugabe Sentamu, Archbishop of York.
Mr. President, Secretary General, and all participants, thank you Dear friends, the word tolerance needs defining if we are to succeed in fostering peaceful societies that are at ease with themselves in our global village. The word tolerance comes from the Latin word tolerantia and the related verb tolerate, meaning to bear or endure. Tolerantia, tolerance, was also a political and judicial concept used in medieval scholastic theology and canon law. From the 16th century, it was used in England in a sense of permission, and from the middle 18th century in relation to individuals in the sense of freedom from bigotry and severity. It also began to be used with the meaning of an allowance and allowable amount of variation from around 1868. Nowadays, tolerance has retained the meaning of the act of enduring, such as, my tolerance of noise is limited. But it is also understood to mean a fair, objective, and permissive attitude towards those whose opinions, practices, ethnicity, religion, nationality, sexual orientation, etc., differ from one's own. Freedom from bigotry. It also has the meaning of a fair, liberal, and dogmatic viewpoint. But tolerance isn't enough for me. We have to go beyond tolerance if we are serious in fostering peaceful, inclusive societies and thereby counter and eliminate violent extremism. Moreover, if we don't have a big common vision and values, we will not operate effectively either as individuals or as civil societies. If we have no overarching vision, no body of principle and values in common, we may tolerate others, but we will not resolve the problems caused by the intolerant. Nor can we build a common life together and tackle effective extremism, which is indeed a blight on our conscience. That's why I say that tolerance is not enough. I suggest that the common vision we need is rooted in our need of God, our need of each other, and the acceptance of our interrelatedness. We need to discover an older virtue, that of gracious magnanimity, as a positive means of enabling us to build peaceful and harmonious communities in our global village. Communities of reconciliation, love, and justice, which share in the foretaste of God's rule of love. What is this concept of gracious magnanimity? Well, we find it in the New Testament part of the Bible, often translated in slightly different ways but with a similar meaning. The Greek word epikes is translated as moderation, and its noun epikia as gentleness, graciousness. It also translated as lenient, conciliatory, forbearing, reasonableness. So in St. Paul's letter to the Philippians, he writes, "Let your moderation be manifest to all, the Lord is near." In other words, the Apostle Paul is saying to his Philippian friends, let your moderation, patient mind, softness, magnanimity, gentleness, graciousness, forbearing spirit be known to all, the Lord is at hand. Or to put it differently, let all the world know that you will meet a person halfway. Let the world know that you will meet a person halfway. These aren't necessarily virtues that spring to mind in our present competitive age. And the hallmarks of a just and gracious, magnanimous society will be marked by these wonderful things. First, acceptance and valuing of the unique worth of each individual citizen, and by fair access, the means of individual fulfillment, seeing every person as a stand-in for God. Therefore, to violate and brutalize another human being is to violate and blaspheme against God. It's almost like spitting in the face of God. Secondly, recognition of the importance of social solidarity, togetherness, and mutuality, not just as a bulwark against social instability, but as a precondition for all to flourish, and relationships which reflect cooperation and trust across the generations, as well as between different social groups. And for all of us, religious leaders, to take responsibility in fostering inclusive religious communities and encountering violent extremism, and owning up when any member of our religious community acts in a way contrary to the truthful teaching of our faith, and will not do to just denounce their actions by saying that they are acting contrary to our teaching because the people of violence believe with all their hearts that what they're doing is consonant with the faith they profess. But of course, you and I know this is absurd and is delusional, but that's what they believe. So, as religious leaders, we must confront them bravely like Malala did, like Mosarat Kadim of the Paiman Trust in Pakistan, by presenting again and again the correct spiritual reasoning and narrative, as well as diverting them, especially our young people, from brainwashing racist and violent religious groups. So as religious leaders, we must, like a good shepherd, tend, feed, care, and lead our flock to the place of safety and human flourishing. That is, where they see that everyone is made in God's image and likeness, and therefore of unique worth in the sight of God. Thirdly, commitment to the principle and aim of political and social action as being to achieve a just society through the pursuit of the common good. Fourthly, manifestation by political leaders of the wisdom which comes from deep, informed, and balanced reflection on fundamental economic, social, political, and religious issues. Fifthly, acceptance of our responsibility towards ourselves as well as towards others. As a Christian, my responsibility is not just towards Christians, but towards every human being I meet on this road of life. As Rabbi Abraham Heschel aptly said, we must continue to remind ourselves that in a free society, all are involved in what some are doing. Some are guilty, all are responsible. And of course, all the world's great religions embody, which is often referred to the golden rule, the notion that each of us should hold the interest of our fellow human beings as dear to us as our own. And of course, Christians enjoin to love God and to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. And to the question, who is my neighbor? Jesus responds with one of his most powerful stories about the Good Samaritan who comes across the badly beaten victim of robbery. And although he is from a different, indeed an outcast social group, binds the wounds of the victim and makes provision for his continued care. And sadly, such a victim is still lying in the global village we live in. Fellow religious leaders, are we to be like the priest and the Levi who pass by on the other side? Or are we, as religious leaders, be the Good Samaritan? This principle of love of neighbor is of great importance to individual action and also has huge social value. Justice is only possible when law, religion, and morals are intermingled. They are each distinguishable, but they must never be separated. On law, Lord Tom Bingham wrote, "The rule of law is one of the greatest unifying factors, perhaps the greatest, the nearest we are likely to approach to a universal secular religion. It remains an ideal, but an ideal worth striving for, in interest of good government and peace, of home and in the world at large. Freedom, fraternity, service of God and neighbor, the rule of law, faith, hope, charity, responsibility. These are the 8 anchors which hold fast the ship of the mind amidst the dangers of the waves. And let me add, the shape of our global village too. Therefore, we must go beyond tolerance to gracious magnanimity, rooted in our need of God, our need of each other, and the acceptance of commitment of our interrelatedness. Mr. President, with your permission, permit me to ask all of us to demonstrate in a prophetic action what I believe how we can challenge the difficulties we're facing, what we must commit ourselves to in all we do and say. And with your permission, may I ask all those gathered please to stand. Will you please stand? All of you, please. I know you don't do this here. I come from a society where this happens. So, dear friends of the United Nations Assembly and citizens of the world, please, I want you to turn to the person on your left and on your right and say, in your own language, I could not live without you. I could not live without you. not live without you. Could not live without you. Could not live without you.
I thank the Archbishop of York for his statement. And by the way, he's been like that for a long time. I know him. I now give the floor to His Eminence John Naikan, Archbishop of Abuja.
Distinguished chairman of this gathering, brothers and sisters, like for other people too, it is for me a great honor to be here. Many people have spoken and many more will speak, and so I will just make a few observations point by point. My first observation is to commend the organizers of this forum, which have been able to bring together different stakeholders, in particular the religious leaders, in a UN forum, which is a welcome development. I strongly suggest, and others have done so too, that this will not be an informal once and for all event, and that these tentative events should be continued and strengthened. As a Catholic, I'm aware and I appreciate the role which the Holy See Observer Mission and some other religious bodies have been playing within the UN system. It seems to me, though, that there is need to go beyond observation by a few select bodies to engage in and involving the world religious communities in the great work that the UN is doing, and the Secretary General has already hinted in that direction. To do that, we are not starting from scratch. The building blocks for such a platform already exist. What is needed is greater coordination among the existing interfaith institutions. The theme already presents us with three tasks: promoting tolerance and reconciliation, fostering peaceful, inclusive societies, and countering violent extremism. I had a paragraph on promoting tolerance, but after the wonderful expatiation of the previous speaker, I will leave it at that. Thank you very much, Your Grace, Archbishop of York. I agree with you. We must go beyond tolerance. As for fostering peaceful and inclusive society, this means that we must recognize the diversities and the pluralism which have become a characteristic of our modern globalized world. And here we have moved into a new phase in the development of humanity at large. The challenge before us is how to forge a united and harmonious society which respects, not just tolerates, differences, especially of the minorities. In the world of today, inclusiveness has become a condition for a peaceful society. In many places, there is a special challenge in fostering religious inclusiveness, especially in the light of the burden of some heavy, bitter historical baggage. Religious homogeneity was the rule in historical and traditional societies. And there, to reject the faith of the community was to put oneself outside the community. And this was what gave rise to the many holy wars that have been fought in the past. We hope that today we have learned our lesson, and that we know now that God does not need us to kill or oppress anyone for his sake and in his name, and that the only holy war worthy of human dignity is the struggle for justice and peace. Almost every nation has signed the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. How far they are actually implementing it is quite another matter. The late Pope St. John Paul II used to say that of all human rights, after the right to life itself, the next most important human right is the right to freedom of religion and of conscience. There can be no excuse or political or historical reasons for denying this basic right. Those nations which still claim to have an official state religion and refusing their citizens the right to follow or adopt a religion of their choice need to promptly bring their laws and practice in line with their commitment to respect fundamental human rights. To deny a person the right to worship God according to his or her conscience is to dishonor God and cannot be justified by any religious law. Is this not the case, for example, in those nations which claim to have blasphemy laws? Countering violent extremism, the point I want to make here is simply this. We cannot seriously address violent, bloody religious extremism if we do not go to the root of the problem in the environment of religious extremism from which most of the elements are recruited. Before we have violent, bloody religious extremism, there has been non-bloody but equally violent religious extremism in the religious schools, in the local mosques, in the model of Islam or religion that people imbibe, even on the internet. Children and young persons who are taught that people of other faiths outside their own are bad people following an erroneous religion will easily join any jihad or crusade of terrorist groups. This is what we have learned from the backgrounds of those who have joined these groups. Therefore, we need to have an inclusive theology if we are to be able to lead our people in the right way. The essence of such a theology is that God is vast and much greater than any religion. Therefore, no religious system can claim to exhaust fully all that God stands for. Without denying our own faith, we must make room for others to discover God, the one God, through other routes. My Catholic faith allows me and encourages me to do this, following the clear teachings of our Second Vatican Council, especially in Nostra Aetate, which is the document behind the establishment of the well-known Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue. On a similar note, I believe it's worth noting that in today's world, Christianity and Islam have special responsibility to foster religious peace and harmony. This is for many reasons. First, both faiths have the greatest number of followers, so that if they find a way to live in peace, the majority of humanity can easily go to sleep. But the challenge is that both faiths have absolute claims in the truth and uniqueness of their religions. On some issues, there is no room for any compromise. We just have to accept the differences and respect one another. I believe that this is gradually happening. Furthermore, both have universal pretensions. Christians believe that Jesus asked us to make disciples of all nations. And my Muslim friends tell me that the whole world is expected to embrace Islam. For a long time, both sides perhaps had dreams of achieving their mutually exclusive objectives. Today, we will need to redimension such dreams. To avoid the collision course, we must now seek to devise ways of carrying out our respective world mission in a peaceful way. This is not impossible, and I will say, in fact, it is indeed necessary. For various reasons, and especially because of the exploits and atrocities committed by some groups, we've found that religion has been given a bad name. I think a lot has been said about that already. The most important question we must face is, how do we ensure that religion is allowed to play its positive role in our world of today? And I quite fully align myself with the powerful suggestion or exhortation made by the Lord Archbishop of York. When members of our faith are doing something wrong, it is not enough to denounce and disown them. We must accept responsibility. Otherwise, we will not move forward. Dear friends, dear brothers and sisters, in all this that we have said, the role of religious leaders remains crucial. It is true that religious leadership takes different forms in different faith communities, but every community knows who their leaders are. They generally wield influence over their flock and often speak with authority. They can convene their followers and issue directives to be followed. Organized on global level, they can be very good and effective stakeholders with the United Nations in its programs in general, but especially in regard to religion-based violent extremism. Your Excellency, President of this General Assembly, and also our good friend, the Secretary General, we shall do our best to make ourselves available whenever you call us again. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
I thank the Archbishop of Abuja for his statement. I now give the floor to the Chief Rabbi David Rosen, International Director of Interreligious Affairs of the American Jewish Committee.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, the High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations, representatives of member states, most distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am very grateful to our hosts and to the Alliance of Civilizations for the invitation and for this most important initiative. One cannot overstate the significance, the importance of collaboration between states and religious communities, especially in these times. I don't think that this has yet been fully internalized in the political and diplomatic sphere, even though I greatly welcome those initiatives where countries have established committees and commissions that do engage the religious dimension. I have the impression that more often than not, these are established more as a form of lip service or as a kind of church in the corner that rarely interacts in terms of policy decisions, let alone in terms of practice. And therefore, this initiative that seeks to bring states and religious communities and leadership into debate, discussion, and hopefully collaboration is a very important beginning, which I hope will result in increasingly significant initiatives for the benefit of humanity. Many declarations of religious leaders over the years have publicly condemned violence initiated in the name of religion as the desecration of religion itself, a desecration of the divine name. And yesterday we heard from representatives of member states, and indeed we have heard today similar comments. However, this contention begs the very question: why and how is it then that religion is nevertheless exploited and abused? Why is it that in many contexts of our world, religion appears to be more part of the problem than the solution? It is simply not good enough to say that this is not religion, as indeed Archbishop Sentamu indicated. The 11th century Spanish Jewish thinker Yehuda Halevi suggests that the human proclivity to abuse power is at the root of this abuse, that the marriage of religion to power inevitably leads to the abuse of religion. Yet much violence in the name of religion in our world derives precisely from powerlessness, reflecting the alienation of the marginalized. And on the other hand, many are attracted to violent extremism. Many of those attracted to violent extremism are not from impoverished backgrounds. Osama bin Laden was a case in point. So the answer to the question is complex. Nevertheless, much has to do with the socio-cultural, territorial, and political contexts in which religion functions. Because religion seeks to give meaning and purpose to our understanding of who we are, it is inextricably bound up with all the different components of human identity, from the most basic, such as family, through the larger components of communities, ethnic groups, nations, and peoples, to the widest components of humanity and creation as a whole. These components of human identity are the building blocks of our psycho-spiritual well-being, and we deny them at our peril. Scholars, ethologists, sociologists studying the human modern condition have pointed out just how much the counterculture, drug abuse, violence, cults, etc. are a search for identity on the part of those who have lost the traditional compasses of orientation. In the relationship between religion and identity, the components, or circles within circles of our identity, affirm who we are, but by definition, at the same time, they affirm whom we are not. Whether the perception of distinction and difference is viewed positively or negatively depends upon the context in which we find or perceive ourselves to be. Sociologists have pointed out how much stronger identities become under threat. And because religion is so inextricably bound up with identity, religion itself acquires far greater prominence in times and places of conflict, nurturing and strengthening the identity that senses itself as threatened. However, the character that religion assumes under such circumstances is often not just one of nurturing, but often of self-preoccupation and even self-righteousness, often disregarding the needs and the claims of the other, and even demonizing the other to the point of portraying him or her, in the words of the historian Richard Hafstadter, as a perfect picture of malice. The image I find useful in explaining the behavior of particular identities, for good or bad, is that of a spiral. These different components of identity, as I mentioned before, are circles within circles. When they feel secure within the wider context in which they find themselves, they can open up to, affirm, and enrich the wider circle of society. However, when these components of human identity do not feel welcome in the broader context, they isolate themselves, cut themselves off from society in one form or another, and compound the alienation, indeed mutual alienation. Obviously, societies must defend themselves against violent threats. However, it is not enough to be reactive. It is critical to be proactive as well. This requires addressing the sources of alienation, as has been mentioned a number of times over these days. Not only poverty and political marginalization, but also the social marginalization that leads people and groups to feel that they are not considered of value, that they are unwanted and unwelcome in the wider society. In other words, what is essential for the task that we are addressing today is the traditional religious value of hospitality. Abraham is the biblical and Quranic model of hospitality. Our traditions teach that his tent flaps were open to all. No prior conditions, criteria, no judgment, but sincere welcome of the other, all others, all created in the divine image. Religious communities and religious leadership accordingly have a crucial role to play in this regard, as already expounded beautifully by my illustrious colleagues before me this morning. The title of our deliberations accurately implies that it is not possible to have a society in which the different cultural and religious components play a constructive role if it is not an inclusive society. And that means giving communities a sense that they are welcome, that they are regarded and respected and are engaged as constructive contributors to the well-being of society as a whole. More often than not, it is violent, extremist, isolationist elements that are highlighted by both political culture and the media. This is natural, as these do pose a threat to the well-being of society. However, this disproportionate focus actually strengthens the voice of such extremist elements and marginalizes the voice of the enlightened and inclusive approaches within those communities. In order to promote tolerance, reconciliation, and harmony, it is necessary for politicians and civic leaders and media at large to give greater visibility to those enlightened, inclusive voices and thus demonstrate to the respective communities that it is precisely this approach that is valued and respected, enhancing the esteem of the community concerned in the wider context and serving the well-being of all, as indicated by the Secretary General in his opening remarks this morning. In conclusion, religious leaders can indeed play a critically important role in fostering peaceful societies and in countering violent extremism, if they are provided with the platforms and the visibility by and with the leaders of states and civil society. It is the states and international organizations that have the means to empower constructive religious voices. If they do so, then religion can be as it should be, not part of the problem, but part of the solution for the flourishing of humankind. Thank you.
I thank the International Director of Interreligious Affairs of the American Jewish Committee for his statement. I now give the floor to Rabbi Arthur Schneier, President of the Appeal of Conscience Foundation.
Your Excellencies, Your Eminences, distinguished spiritual leaders, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank President Sam Katusa, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and the high-level representative of the Alliance of Civilization, Nasir Abdulaziz Al-Nasser, for bringing us together for a timely and important discussion of how each one of us can contribute to building bridges of tolerance and foster peaceful societies in the face of violent extremism. Before I proceed, with your permission, Mr. President, Secretary General, just a few days ago, lifesavers of UNICEF, their life was snuffed out. The minibus attack. A few days earlier, again, lifesavers of the United Nations in Mali. And that continues and continues. Let us all rise for a moment of prayer. Let them rest in peace, and may their families be given strength to cope with that challenge and also a resolve. The United Nations will not be deterred from standing with the people and giving them succor and giving them help and giving them aid at time of need. If you just rise for a moment and whatever prayer you want to offer on that. May God grant all UN peacekeepers His protective guidance and spare them from further trouble. Thank you. <clears throat> 70 years ago, after the devastation reaped by World War II and the Holocaust, the United Nations was founded in the belief that all nations could be unified in peaceful coexistence. I'm a survivor of the Holocaust. I know what ethnic cleansing is all about. I experienced racism, desecration of holy sites, the burning of my synagogue on Kristallnacht, November 10, 1938, the extermination of my family in Auschwitz and Theresienstadt. As Secretary General, you went to Auschwitz and you paid respect to those who were murdered. So you're talking to someone who had a life experience, and nothing is better than a life experience in order to see the crisis we're facing at this time. Yes, I did experience, and so many others who lived through those horrible days of World War II, mankind's capacity for cruelty and inhumanity. And in spite of these experiences, I have not lost faith in God. I have not lost faith in man. And I have not lost faith in people's yearning for peace. I believe passionately in our greater capacity for peace, the same belief in peace upon which the United Nations was established. I also believe that every conflict comes to an end. 100-year war, 30-year war, World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, you name it. Every conflict comes to an end. Too many millions of victims as a result of those conflicts. And we, religious leaders, must see to it that every conflict end should be hastened. Tragically, we face once again a volatile world in conflict. We need an alliance of all us who are assembled here today to move toward peace. It cannot be denied, as we have heard, that religion, when wrongfully interpreted, is a factor in these conflicts. Today, over 30 conflicts around the globe, in the Middle East, East Asia, Africa, beyond, are fueled by what I call the religious TNT, that powerful corruption of religion that can spark zealotry, terrorism, and disregard for the human life of the other. It seems every day we see graphic examples of extremists and radicals hijacking religion, misusing and abusing God's name to legitimize their barbarism. As the title of today's debate illustrates, we must promote tolerance as a first step to counter this criminal abuse of religion and combat violent extremism. I would, however, offer a comment. The word tolerance is really a misnomer. I tolerate you puts me in a superior position. I keep up with you. I tolerate you. You're a second-class citizen. You are not equal to me. So I would respectfully propose that instead of using the word tolerance, we speak in terms of mutual acceptance, mutual understanding, and get away from this definition of tolerating the other, tolerating the stranger, tolerating the immigrant. No, they're equal with us. They're all God's creations. So we have to strive for mutual acceptance. That's what we must strive for. Love thy stranger, and love your neighbor is repeated 36 times in the Torah. This principle of respect for those who are different is universal. I can cite you, but I didn't want to be too long. Similar guiding principles in the New Testament, the Quran, the sacred texts of Buddhism and Hinduism, and the writings of Guru Nanak, among others. There's a universal message of respecting the other, love fellow human being, mutual acceptance. It is through learning about and respecting those who are strangers to us, the person of a different faith, the immigrant, and even the person who has yet to show us the willingness to understand and respect us, that we can truly build inclusive societies. Not an easy task. But let me propose 4 essential things we must do in the name of peace. First, whenever I see a church, mosque, or temple burning, I have a flashback. See my synagogue burning on Kristallnacht. The desecration of holy sites, the centers of religious life, leads to the destruction of human life. The destruction of any house of worship, be it church, mosque, synagogue, or temple, is an attack on the jugular vein of a faith community. Faith cannot be protected if worshippers are afraid of being blown up by mobs of hatred in their spiritual home. Worshippers are going to worship, and they have to be afraid of being blown up and not to return home. This is why in 2001, the Appeal of Conscience Foundation initiated a United Nations resolution for the protection of religious sites, which, by the way, was passed unanimously here in the General Assembly and enacted as Resolution A55L81. We must condemn all acts of religious destruction and treat any such acts as an attack on all faiths, not just the particular faith of the holy site that is destroyed. Brothers and sisters, I want you to actually look up that resolution and cite this resolution that was adopted here by consensus to your congregants, to your people. Let them know where the United Nations, all nations stand for on this particular issue. I repeat, Resolution A55L81, enacted in the year 2001. Those of us who are committed to be guardians of peace and reconciliation must marginalize preachers of hatred who incite violence, demonize other faiths, and help spread any form of xenophobia, be it anti-Semitism, Christianophobia, and Islamophobia. And you know, we heard some wonderful, eloquent speeches. Proverbs tells us, life and death are in the power of the tongue. Let's use our tongue to spread love. Let's use our pulpit to preach brotherhood. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. And as leaders, we should use the tongue not to divide, but to unite us. Let me give you a concrete example what religious leaders can do. In 1992, at the height of the former Yugoslavia conflict, my beloved brother, then Archbishop Theodore McCarrick, now Cardinal McCarrick, and the Appeal of Conscience Foundation, which we founded in 1965, brought together the Patriarch Pavle of the Serbian Orthodox Church, Cardinal Kukraj Puljic of Zagreb, the Grand Mufti Salamovsky of Sarajevo. Political leaders were not talking. They were fighting. There was no dialogue between Milosevic and Tushman Izetbegovic. We brought these religious leaders together, and after a tormenting few days in neutral Switzerland, we came up with a consensus. Please pay attention to what we said then and how relevant it is today. A crime perpetrated in the name of religion is the greatest crime against religion. I repeat, and it's not copyright. You may use it. A crime perpetrated in the name of religion is the greatest crime against religion. We believe that true faith stands for life and not for death. Second pillar of building an inclusive society is education. You know, when a child is born, a child is not born with hatred. A child is born with love. Hatred is taught, acquired. So, it's our responsibility as educators that we teach the right thing to our children. How painful it is to see a young lad with a Kalashnikov, 10 years old, teenagers ready to decapitate fellow human beings. So what we have to do, a great task, to make sure that all our children are taught what it means to respect the other. And let us encourage all member states of the United Nations, intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, and particularly the media and social media, to align with us to promote, through education, a culture of mutual respect and tolerance for the diversity of religions which represent an important aspect of the collective heritage of all mankind. And finally, the third pillar. We have to be the role models. Not easy, but we have to be the role models. And prominently embody the universal principle of respect and acceptance of difference. I am deeply proud that in my synagogue, Parkey Synagogue, has become a beacon of interreligious cooperation. My congregation, the Jewish community as such, were greatly honored when His Holiness Pope Benedict, now Emeritus, 16th, came to Parkey Synagogue, first papal visit to a synagogue in the United States. But there wasn't only Pope Benedict. It was also His All Holiness the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, the Grand Mufti, His Holiness Alexei, Patriarch of Moscow and all of Russia, Grand Mufti Cherish of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Chief Rabbis of Israel and Europe. Now, why do I mention this? This is a message of solidarity, of interreligious cooperation for the benefit of all of God's children. Finally, I believe that not all of us must not only set an example, but we must also hold other leaders and the public to account. Maimonides, who lived, by the way, in the golden age of Spain, Maimonides, defining what the shofar is all about, it's a clarion call to help awaken us from our slumber of indifference. Apathy, indifference, enables the perpetrators of evil to prosper. I personally experienced, and all of us have had the experience, what apathy and indifference leads to. And therefore, persecution of religious minorities in various parts of the world, we should react to it, not be silent. And I respectfully suggest, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, there ought to be a resolution for the protection of religious minorities in the forthcoming special session of the UN General Assembly, because religious minorities today in the world carry the brunt of pain and suffering. And here I join also a plea on behalf of my Christian brothers and sisters who are today in the front lines of persecution, being oppressed, uprooted, and decapitated. Let us be a voice of conscience, not silence, in the face of what's facing our suffering brothers and sisters. Despite the upsurge of violent fanaticism, true faith has a potential to become a force on behalf of conflict resolution, and I have full faith that we can weather this crisis too, hopefully soon. But we must learn the lesson of Noah and the flood. You know, Noah survived the destruction of a civilization that was full of conflict, hatred, and greed. And to make sure that there is hope, God created a symbol The rainbow. How many colors does the rainbow have? 7. And every color is distinctly visible, but they blend, they harmonize. This is our challenge. We must respect every color, every culture, every faith community, and assure what the Alliance of Civilizations is trying to do within the framework of the United Nations. Abraham was given a mission. V'hayei bracha, be a blessing. Each one of us are placed on earth for a short period of time with a mission to help God perfect an imperfect world. We are placed on earth, and each one of us can make a difference to help God perfect an imperfect world. So I pray that God may give us the wisdom to be his co-partner in perfecting a world in disarray today. Thank you, and God bless you all.
I thank the President of Appeal of Conscience Foundation for his statement. I now give the floor to Reverend Lee Stone King, Apostolic Spiritual Leader of the United Pentecostal Church International in Germany.
Your Excellency, Mr. Sam Kusia, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Nasir Abdulaziz Al Nasser, High Representative for the Alliance of Civilization. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the President of this General Assembly, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the High Representative for the Alliance of Civilization for your leadership in convening this high-level thematic debate on a very important agenda item. Thank you. You are looking at a miracle. By all medical expertise, I'm not supposed to be alive. On November 12, 2003, I fell dead of a massive heart attack in the airport in Sydney, Australia. I was clinically dead 45 minutes. They administered CPR, resuscitation, and they gave me 10 electric shock treatments to my heart. In the United States, they give 3 shock treatments and they stop. In Australia, they give 4 shock treatments and they stop. They gave me 10 electric shock treatments to my heart. The blood had coagulated already in my hands and my arms, in my feet and my legs. There was absolutely no hope for me at all. I was just a corpse. They took my body and put it on a stretcher and carried it to an ambulance. And the paperwork had been finished, and it was DOA, dead on arrival at the hospital. But in the ambulance, on the way to the hospital, when all that medical science knew to do, and with all that was at their disposal to administer, it did not work. But in the ambulance, just a corpse lying on that stretcher, Jesus stepped on board that ambulance, and my heart began to beat, and the breath came back. The driver was startled. The paramedic was startled. He told me later, he said, I have never seen anyone recover from what has happened to you. This all happened November 12th, 2003. After several weeks in Australia, I returned to the United States to my home by myself because I was totally healed. In 2004, I went to a hospital in Jackson, Tennessee for just a major checkup, and they gave me a complete blood lipid profile: triglycerides, LDLs, HDLs, cholesterol, etc. In a couple of weeks, I went back for the results, and when I walked in, the doctor looked at me and he said, "Your results are absolutely excellent." He said, "But Reverend, we now can check the DNA in a person's body. We decided to check your DNA." He said, "When we checked your DNA," he said, "when God raised you miraculously from the dead, he removed the APOE genetic marker for heart disease out of every cell in your body." He said, "That is impossible. It's impossible." He said, "Only God could do such a thing." He said, "When God healed you and raised you up, he totally, miraculously healed you." So I am grateful today to be alive because we know, having been clinically dead for 45 minutes with no breath and no heartbeat, I asked the paramedic later, I said, "Nigel, what happened when you shocked my heart?" He said, "It would beat 3 or 4 times and it would stop." We know that after 6 minutes or less, with no oxygen to the brain, there is irreparable brain damage. But God has totally raised me from the dead. Finally, a doctor looked at me and he said, "You have defied all the laws of medical science." I looked at him and I said, "I didn't, but I know the one who did. His name is Jesus." I am an apostolic Christian, and my message here to you today is this. In the New Testament, in the book of Acts, chapter 2 and verse 38, it says, "Repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ, for the remission of your sins, and you shall receive the gift of the Holy Ghost." The answer, Your Excellencies, to the violence in our day and to the human atrocities in our day is Jesus. He is the Prince of Peace. I give you Jesus. God bless you. Thank you.
I thank the Apostolic in Germany and spiritual leader of the United Pentecostal Church International for, I think, not statement, for his testimony. I now give the floor to His Holiness Sri Sugunendra Tharatra Swamiji, Abbot of Sri Puthige Matha.
सर्वेऽपि सुखिनः सन्तु, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, सर्वे सुगुणशालिनः. About 15 years ago, we moved into a new millennium with the fresh hope that our world will become a paradise of peace and prosperity. However, what we have seen so far over the past decade is nothing but an alarmingly disturbing trend
in violent extremism. As per statistical data, in just the year 2013 alone, there were reported 18,000 deaths due to violent extremism. Every religious-related hostility, every attack, every crime, every humiliation happening today is plaguing the entire world. It is unfortunate that some extremists abuse their religion, falsify its image, and use it to achieve non-religious objectives. It is unfortunate that violent extremists are using social media to recruit youth and misleading them to the path of terrorism. Violent trends that contradict the real essence of religion are disturbing. How to counter violent extremism is a mind-boggling question here and everywhere in the world. We have seen that police and military forces all over the world are finding it very difficult to combat terrorism because using violence to stop violence is resulting in more violence and unrest. Today, we have gathered here in the UN headquarters to introspect and discuss on countering violent extremism and fostering a peaceful society. In this crucial meeting, we would like to share our thoughts and experiences in building a peaceful and inclusive society by respecting each and every religion and honoring each and every faith. First and foremost, I would like to remind you that ancient saints and philosophers of Hindu religion have preached to society how to respect other religions. Our Guru, Sri Madhvacharya, about 750 years ago, has set a great example through an incident that occurred during his pilgrimage in northern India. While he and his entourage were fording the river Ganga, as a large number of soldiers of a different religion on the other side of the river prepared to attack him. Rather than attempting to counterattack those soldiers, Sri Madhvacharya spoke to them and their king in very respectful their language, impressing them with his scholarship and total renunciation from the affairs of the world, removing the cause of the hatred itself. The king was so impressed as to offer half of his kingdom on the spot to Sri Madhvacharya. One of the socio-economic factors which could be considered as the root cause of extremism is the lack of opportunity for upward mobility and failure of the government to provide basic services, including education. Lack of education and extreme poverty in the society are interconnected. We would like to share our experience on how working in partnership impacted the society. We have been working in India on a program of eradicating extreme poverty and hunger by working in partnership with religious leaders, government, and social workers by providing free meals for school students of all faiths. This resulted in significantly increased turnover for school admission since poor parents, instead of engaging their kids in domestic labor work, started sending them to school. We are now seeing an increase in school attendance among children in rural India as a result of this program. Education is the most powerful weapon which could not only eradicate poverty but also end ignorance and extremism. Community leaders and religious leaders have to play an important role in making sure that our educational system is equipped with teaching all good essence of the religious teachings, ranging from Bhagavad Gita and Bible and to Guru Granth Sahib and Quran. Misinterpretation of religious preaching and forcing people to follow a certain religious practice is one of the root causes for the upsurge in violent extremism. We, as religious leaders, should condemn and reject any violent religious extremism and its purported justifications. We have several religious ideologies, several teachings, and several storylines claiming to present the truth of a given religion. The false storylines responsible for spreading hatred and violence must be replaced by authentic storyline that brings to the forefront each religion's respect for human dignity and peace. In the field of religion, we should act like a bee. Bee takes the honey from all flowers and collect and distribute. So each one should be like a bee and collect all good things from all religions and distribute the love and happiness. In Gita, Krishna says, Vimrshayita dasheshena yatechasi tathakuru. We should not be attached to the religion, but we should select the religion, whatever we want. We propose a 4-point action plan for countering extremism and building a peaceful and inclusive society. Number 1, take the lead in unmasking, debunking, and rejecting the misuse of religion as a false justification for violent religious extremism by presenting the authentic teachings of their respective religions that reject violent extremism and affirm universal human dignity, particularly through religious education that takes place in local sites of worship. Number 2, advance human dignity through concrete programs designed to overcome the abuses of human rights, poverty, the lack of basic services, and other grievous threats to human dignity. Such programs to include special attention to empowering youth and women. The third, engage in dialogue to resolve conflict and increase intercommunal understanding to promote coexistence and respect for human dignity. The fourth, equip religious youth groups for peer training and programs designed to provide religiously sensitive counseling that reject violent religious extremism and affirm human dignity. We pray Almighty to give all of us the strength, willpower, and commitment to stay united and lead this world through the path of religious freedom, peace, and prosperity. Let us love and respect each other and live together as one family, as said in our scriptures, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We appreciate the effort from United Nations here to eradicate the problem, and we hope this effort should be strengthened. The United Nations, which is the highest binding force in the world, should be strengthened more. We hope God should bless us, and we pray, Lord, to bless all the whole the world. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
I thank the Abbé for his statement. And now I give the floor to Samdech Kapong, the Great Supreme Patriarch of the Kingdom of Cambodia.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this auspicious occasion, I would like to express my warm greetings and congratulations to the conference. We gather here to disseminate and share the universal truth as really discovered by our human culture and religions which we are practicing with the human community. If I am allowed to share a humble wisdom with all of you here, I am deeply of view that one of the Buddha's man's teaching is known as Kalama Sutra, which teaches that one should not believe by repeating hearing, not upon tradition, nor upon rumor, nor upon what is in the scripture, nor upon sermon, nor upon atheism, nor upon specious reason, nor upon a basis thought or notion that has been pondered over, nor upon another seeming ability, nor upon the consideration. When oneself knows that these things are bad, these things are blamable, these things are censored by the wise, undertaken and observed, these things lead to harm and ill, and then abandon them, one should learn it, practice it, and evaluate it, and finally one can believe it. Based on this concept, one will be completely free to speak one mind. Tolerance for diversity, expressions of human rights must be strongly practiced by all people, regardless of their belief or nationality, because this truth does not personally belong to anyone else. It is the universal truth which can bring the people from different walks of life together to follow the universal truths are not harmful to one's own identity. It would be a very lightening to remember that we, the human race, came into this planet before the existence of all religions on earth. We are here not for the cause of religions. Religions evolve here for the cause of human beings' happiness. If the practice of any religions cannot bring the happiness to the practitioners, those religions should be forgotten forever. Finally, I would like to say great thanks to the United Nations Alliance of Civilization to initiate the idea of making this conference possible. Thank you very much.
I thank the Great Supreme Patriarch of the Kingdom of Cambodia for his statement. And I now give the floor to Emmaus Maria Voch, President of the Movimento de Focolare.
I would like, first of all, to thank the United Nations organizations and the Alliance of Civilizations for having arranged this debate and for having invited me to contribute to it. Most of all, I wish to thank you for all that you have done and you do on a daily basis through diplomatic means, human resources, and all the channels available to you to foster a more fraternal, secure, and peaceful world. I would like to tell you a story. In 1943, during the last terrible stages of Second World War, a group of young women got together in the small city of Trent in northern Italy. While their city was being bombed, these young women, who were led by a young teacher named Chiara Lubeck, and urged on by a new understanding of the radical nature of gospel love, decided to risk their lives to relieve the suffering of the poor. Theirs was a choice that many others have made before and will make in the future. Just think of the refugees camps in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq, or the slums surrounding some huge cities. However, this choice has the power and the moral fiber to introduce into the destructive cycle of conflict a commitment to regenerate the fabric of society by carrying out, as the vocabulary of this organization would say, peace-building actions. It was during the wartime and everything was crumbling are the words we use whenever we start telling the story of these young women. These women decided to break the vicious cycle of violence by responding with attitudes and actions which in the context of that conflict might have seemed unrealistic or even irrelevant, but they were not, and they are not. I'm telling you this story not as a case study or to point out exemplary dedication to a social cause, but rather to point out that today, too, we are experiencing a very serious political, institutional, economic, and social breakdown, which requires equally deep-seated responses, able to change the prevailing paradigm. It seems that conflict and violence prevail in many parts of the world, affecting innocent people who are guilty only of being in disputed territory or belonging to a particular ethnicity or adhering to a specific religion. In the Focolare movement, which I have the honor to represent, the encounter between cultures and religions, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, and traditional religions, is an ongoing and fruitful experience, not limited to tolerance or to the mere recognition of diversity. It goes beyond reconciliation, essential that is, to create, so to speak, a new identity, one that is broader, more general, and shared. It is an effective dialogue which brings together people of very different beliefs, including non-religious beliefs. It spurs us to see what the real needs are and to respond together to the more difficult challenges in society, culture, economics, and politics as our commitment to a more united and socially inclusive world. This is happening in places which have been or are at present affected by very serious crises such as Algeria, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, Nigeria, and the Philippines. It is clear that our times do not require half measures. If violent extremism exists, while accepting the need to defend oneself, and especially those who are weak and persecuted, our response must be similarly radical, one that is structurally different. And by this I mean extremism in dialogue. A dialogue which requires the highest level of engagement, which is risky, demanding, challenging, which aims to sever the roots of incomprehension, fear, and bitterness. Connected to this institution is the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, which puts forward an alternative and constructive narrative for global interaction, and seeks to emphasize what unites humankind in all its varied expressions, rather than what it might seem at first sight to divide it. So it is great to speak of an alliance of civilizations. Nonetheless, we must ask ourselves whether nowadays we could get closer to the roots of this new outlook and focus not only on an alliance of civilizations, but on what might be called the civilization of alliance, a universal civilization Among the many realities here represented at the United Nations, allow me to mention New Humanity, a non-governmental organization representing our movement, which promotes and supports its projects, and is an official partnership with UNESCO. Here, before such a broad-based and inclusive assembly, I cannot avoid the question that surfaces. Shouldn't the United Nations perhaps reconsider its own vocation and reformulate its own fundamental mission? What does being a United Nations organization mean today? If not an institution which truly works towards unity among nations, while respecting their strong identities, it is certainly essential to actively maintain international security. But although security is vital, it is not necessarily the same thing as peace. Conflicts within nations and international conflicts, the deep divisions we are aware of at a world level, together with the great local and global injustices, in fact require a true conversion in the actions and choices made in the field of global governance, to put into practice the motto formulated by Chiara Lubich and launched in this very place in 1997, love one neighbor's country as your own, so as to build up universal fraternity. Lastly, we cannot give ground to those who attempt to describe current conflicts as wars of religion. War is by definition irreligion. Militarism, economic dominance, and intolerance at all levels are causes of conflict, together with many other social and cultural factors, among which religion is often only an unfortunate pretext. What we are witnessing in many areas of the world, from the Middle East to Africa, including the tragic deaths of hundreds of people fleeing wars who are shipwrecked in the Mediterranean, has very little to do with religion. From any point of view, in these cases, we should not speak so much about wars of religion, but more concretely, realistically, and prosaically, about the religion of war. So what can we do? Chiara Lubich wrote, after the attacks of September 11 and the military intervention in Afghanistan and Iraq, she wrote, "Let's not surrender. There are many signs that a new awareness may finally emerge out of the serious international situation. Awareness of the need to work together for the common good among more or less wealthy peoples, with more or less sophisticated weaponry, believers or not, but who have the courage to invent peace. The time for holy wars is over. War is never holy. It never has been. God does not want it. Only peace is truly holy because God himself is peace." So religions can make a significant contribution to this new awareness by being faithful to their foundational inspiration and to the golden rule they share. Religions want to be themselves and not a tool used by other powers, even for the noblest aims, or precepts studied to resolve conflicts or crises. They want to be a spiritual process which can be lived and becomes a community able to share and give meaning to the joys and sufferings of people today, channeling everything towards the realization of one universal human family. Thank you for listening, and I hope to give you some more witnesses of this in the afternoon.
I thank the president of the Movimento dei Focolari for her statement. And now I give the floor to the representative of Uruguay.
Forget this one. Okay, that one's good. Okay.
Señor Presidente.
President, thank you very much. Allow me to commend the President of the General Assembly, as well as the Secretary General of the United Nations and the High Representative for the Alliance of Civilizations. We thank them for having held this high-level debate. Because of its topic, it could not be more timely. The delegation of Uruguay associates itself with the statement made previously by the delegation of Ecuador on behalf of CELAC. Unfortunately, our world has been suffering a rise in the phenomenon of violent extremism over recent years. This comes from a single vision of reality, and that this vision should be imposed on all others. As we don't agree with this, or as not in step with this, the other visions or approaches to life and reality are not accepted and are fought against. In many cases, this undermines peace, life, and human dignity. What should be promoted is the exact opposite. That is to say, tolerance for what is different, appreciation for all cultures, and how enriching and valuable diversity and cooperation among people of the world is. This would allow for development in peace and security for all nations. In the end, what we seek is a flourishing of the individual and societies, and to this end, we have seen the creation of those institutions that have convened this important debate. President, tolerance sometimes is not easy, but we can have reconciliation, which implies there having been previous harm or negative action in the past that not only has to be overcome, but also this involves a reweaving of social fabric in order to bring true reconciliation. The resilience of human beings and therefore of societies is what allows us to move ahead, to move forward, and this is what we should promote through tolerance, reconciliation, and a fostering of peace-loving societies with social inclusion, equity, cohesion, and a broad respect for human rights. True reconciliation requires accountability and judicial action, justice being a key value without which peace cannot be achieved. It is essential also that we address the causes that lead to the rise of intolerance, extremism, a single truth, as well as a link between this and the socioeconomic development of our nations, as well as the matter of the specter of possibilities that the youth of this world currently find. It is particularly sad to find that the lack of opportunities seized upon by evil minds, tying these to religious interpretations that are far away from the precepts and values that all religions must promote. It is through these visions, these distorted visions of reality, that we see the worst violations of human rights It is through this that we see a lack of respect for international humanitarian law. It is thus that we see an undermining of rule of law, which is a cornerstone of all modern states. President, with regard to you in action in this area, we should mention that so far in this century, the fight against terrorism has been incorporated into the main agenda of the international community. We have seen the establishment of a consensus strategy in the international community for fighting terrorism, the goal being to strengthen, develop, and move toward the effective implementation of the pillars of this. The first pillar is aimed at addressing those conditions that lead to the spreading of violent extremism. However, President, we must also note the equal importance of the other pillars of the strategy. Therefore, Uruguay reaffirms its resolve when it comes to working constructively together with the other members of the international community in order to strengthen the system for combating international terrorism in all of its manifestations. We call for, during the 70th General Assembly of the UN, the final and delayed adoption of the Framework Convention on International Terrorism, an instrument that will contribute to our cause. For Uruguay, a state based on the arrival of immigrants from the most diverse of nations and peoples, we have been able to bring together cultural, religious, ethnic, and social diversity, building thus a nation that is based on the values of tolerance, dialogue, and a respect for diversity. These are the common denominator that has been the foundation for our country. President, in conclusion, I wish to underscore the work undertaken by the Alliance of Civilizations over its lifetime in the promotion of mechanisms for dialogue, mutual understanding, cooperation, conflict prevention, and peace building. My country has participated in the group of friends of the Alliance. The interreligious dialogue is clearly a tool that is very useful when it comes to fostering the broadest possible tolerance, understanding, and acceptance of different religions, as well as in the promotion of reconciliation. I thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie le représentant de l'Uruguay.
I thank the representative of Uruguay, and I now give the floor to the representative of Argentina.
Señor Presidente.
President, we appreciate the statements made by the PGA and the Secretary General and the High Representative for the Alliance of Civilizations. President, first off, we should like to express that we associate ourselves with the statement made by Ecuador on behalf of CELAC. The topic chosen for this high-level debate offers us an opportunity to refer to the challenges that come with radicalization and extremism in our countries. Every day we bear witness to and are victims of violent acts that arise from a lack of dialogue, a lack of trust, and because of an abuse of use of interpretation of different beliefs and creeds. This is often used and twisted with political ends. We believe that our efforts, however, should be aimed not only at finding a response to battles, but also that seeks tolerance and integration for different ethnic groups and religious groups. The Alliance of Civilizations takes on an extremely strong importance when it comes to bringing rapprochement between and among the different communities to which we all belong. We must promote the brotherly spirit among nations and eliminate the walls that separate the religions as Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Religion should not be a source of division. It should be a source of unity and tolerance. Western and Eastern, and so many other different features of our human societies should not be used negatively. They should not be used to create anger, discord, enmity, and clashes. President, we must not fail to underscore the importance and the enormous responsibilities in the hands of the religious leaders. Each are listened to with particular attention as they are a guide and inspiration for the actions of their communities. Their words are particularly weighty because they represent ideals and a search for virtue and transcendence. It is essential, then, that the message that they transmit be one of reconciliation that has no anger and violence and envy. These are key players in this story because they transmit a message that directly reaches the conscience and the deepest inner realm of each individual following these leaders. And depending on the message, we can have either warring societies or peaceful societies. Religion should not be used as a weapon for political ends. President, we are convinced that the promotion of education, rule of law, democratic values, and a search for justice and the fight against impunity and a respect for human rights and tolerance are key if we are to resolve the deep-rooted causes of so many crises and conflicts. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Argentina, and I now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Mr. President, thank you. High-level debates in this Assembly are used frequently and are used effectively to focus global awareness on an issue of collective concern. But we don't need the amplification of this podium to remind us of the tragic results of violent extremism and terrorism, issues that dominate headlines and occupy our leaders around the world. Indeed, under the stewardship of the President of the General Assembly over the past 2 days, this debate has demonstrated something else about the value of this Assembly, that as the one truly global forum, it can be a very practical, solutions-oriented tool. It allows us a forum to share ideas, local experiences, and concrete solutions, which really do make a difference. And it's with those thoughts in mind, Mr. President, that today I want to do two things. To emphasise the important role the Alliance can have in countering violent terrorism and to articulate some of New Zealand's initiatives to embrace diversity and to build community resilience. New Zealand welcomes the increasing international focus on countering violent terrorism, CVE. Following on from its resolution last year on foreign terrorist fighters, the Security Council is engaging with CVE more than ever before. Tomorrow I will participate in the Jordanian-sponsored Council debate on youth and violent extremism. For his part, the Secretary-General will give the UN's work a greater focus through a plan of action on preventing violent extremism. And outside this United Nations, initiatives to share best practice continue, including through the Global Counterterrorism Forum. In that crowded landscape, Mr. President, the Alliance of Civilizations has established itself as the key multilateral and multi-stakeholder platform for promoting dialogue and understanding between communities. Indeed, the Alliance should be a central pillar of the evolving CVE international framework. To be truly relevant to our wider CVE work, the Alliance should develop specific work programs based on building effective and enduring partnerships with communities and with civil society. New Zealand is keenly aware that any commitment to social cohesion and to community resilience must start nationally. It must start at home. At the very heart of New Zealand's diversity is a partnership with Maori, New Zealand's indigenous peoples, the tangata whenua, our people of the land. But our wider ethnic diversity also continues to grow. Almost 1/4 of our population was born overseas, and New Zealand is recognised as one of the most ethnically diverse countries in the OECD. A key tenet of our CVE work is a commitment to social inclusion and to community engagement. It's a whole-of-government approach where we identify and reduce local pressures that might set the vulnerable on paths to radicalisation and to violent extremism. New Zealand is proud of its third update to our plan of action to support the Alliance of Civilizations, which implements practical initiatives. For example, our Office of Ethnic Affairs is in the 10th year of a partnership with the Federation of Islamic Associations of New Zealand on a project which counters Islamophobia, increases civic participation, and fosters leadership among New Zealand's Muslim communities. The program includes a recent forum to discuss economic and social issues of concern to those Muslim communities, and a project to promote youth leadership. New Zealand also supports practical CVE initiatives in our wider region, the Southeast Asia. For example, in partnership with the Jakarta Centre for Law Enforcement Cooperation, a regional centre of excellence on counter-terrorism, New Zealand police have provided courses on countering violent extremism through a policing model based on community engagement and social cohesion. New Zealand looks forward to continuing to use the Alliance of Civilizations and opportunities such as this high-level debate to share good practices and to hear the experiences of others. While our situations and the challenges that we all face can often be varied and different, we can always learn from one another. Mr. President, this is the last time that I will address this Assembly. So if I can, with your leave, I wish to take a brief opportunity to thank you and my colleagues for your friendship and for your support. Can I particularly wish you well as you pursue the many challenges facing this United Nations, and can I do so in Te Reo Māori, the language of New Zealand's indigenous Māori. He nui maanga e koro e taara te whakaneki. He nui nā rau maaona te ihi aka waka e wahi. A great mountain cannot be moved, but a giant wave can be broken by the canoe's prow. Although the challenges facing our world might seem overwhelming, they can be overcome because, Mr. President, the giant wave of those problems can still be broken by the prow of a well-navigated and well-crewed canoe. I wish you well in that task.
I thank the representative of New Zealand and wish him good luck in his new position. And now I give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
President, we should like to thank the President of the General Assembly and the Secretary General and the High Representative for the Alliance of Civilizations for having convened this thematic debate. We also welcome, in particular, all of the religious leaders that have participated in our discussion on the promotion of tolerance, reconciliation, and the fostering of peaceful, inclusive societies and countering violent extremism. President, Mexico supports the efforts of the Alliance of Civilizations of the United Nations, which have four areas of work: education, migration, youth, and press or media, have allowed for a strengthening of the actions of the international community in order to counteract the spread of violent extremism. In recent years, the international community has borne witness to the fact that extremist groups such as ISIS, Boko Haram, and Al-Qaeda have taken advantage of political, social, and economic trauma in countries in order to justify violent actions. International attention has been targeting measures for mitigating these acts. However, Mexico is firmly in belief that reconciliation is what is necessary. Violence and intolerance spread throughout the world among the most vulnerable groups. They find fertile territory for recruiting young men and women living in poverty, inequality, discrimination, and social exclusion. Mexico recognizes that these radical ideologies give rise to challenges that are universal, such as human rights and democracy. For this reason, the fight against violence extremism should have the total support and commitment of all member states. Preventive actions that we take should provide opportunities for building positive identities for these sectors of our societies, with a link to our communities and a fostering of active citizen participation. President, we are aware and welcome the fact that in the world in which we live, there is a possibility of a free exchange of ideas. However, we recognize that the undue use of social networks facilitates the massive dissemination of the extremist message, the recruiting of individuals, and the fundraising for these organizations. The international community should take advantage of these platforms in a positive manner to counteract the narrative of these groups. It is essential that member states implement fully the provisions of the relevant resolutions of the Security Council of the UN, particularly those related to fighting those that are seeking to commit terrorist acts motivated by intolerance. For Mexico, the defining of new parameters for global development should be guided by principles such as social and economic inclusion in order to broaden the equality of opportunities for development for individuals, and particularly for those living in situations marked by exclusion, marginalization, and vulnerability, such as is the case of youth and women. President, we believe that the lessons learned in conflict prevention and peace building are of great importance in bringing about a response to violent extremism that is based on community resiliency and the promotion of inclusion, cooperation for development, dialogue, the strengthening of rule of law, and a respect for human rights. Likewise, accountability is another key tool when it comes to fostering reconciliation and the reweaving of the social fabric in societies affected by violence. It is important that we maintain the intrinsic link between the three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, development, and human rights. This is the most effective strategy that the international community has in tackling the proliferation of violent extremism, which does not respect borders, cultures, or limits. The organization or convening of this debate is a positive event, and it allows us to become more aware of the importance of the three pillars of our organization, so that in our collective efforts, as we face scourges that endanger security and well-being, can be addressed. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Mexico, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this debate. It is indeed most opportune that we discuss matters relating to fostering peaceful and inclusive societies at a time when forces of violent extremism and terrorism are threatening the very fabric of civilized society. These forces operate across borders and truly require global action to counter them. At the same time, there is merit in exchanging experiences here at the United Nations so that we can learn from each other. India is home to diversity in language, religion, culture, and creed. All the major religions of the world are present in India. The country is and has been a meeting ground of various thoughts, views, and beliefs. Central to the Indian thought and civilization is the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. It is this fundamental proposition that has allowed the peaceful coexistence of different faiths and cultures and for diversity to flourish. Modern India has taken forward this priceless heritage, focusing on the theme of university in diversity as the foundation of India's developmental ethos. Radicalization of the youth and growth of violent extremism is today a challenge in many countries. The breakdown of traditional community networks and rapid urbanization has been one of the reasons. Most important, however, is the failure of states to counter violent extremism or to seek to do so selectively. Terrorism is evil. There can be no good terrorists and bad terrorists. In the same way, extremism and violent extremism are always evil. They should be zero tolerance. Mr. President, it is important in our view that traditional learning systems promote harmony and brotherhood of all humankind. What promotes hatred and bigotry should have no place in what is being taught. Importance needs to be given to what is contained in school and college textbooks. Tradition and culture need to be preserved in a spirit of responsibility and tolerance. In India, we seek to ensure that our textbooks reflect the rich heritage or diversity of the country. The media, both public and private, also plays an important role. It is the state that has to guard against incitement and the spread of hatred based on the rule of law. States which do not take this responsibility seriously do so at their own peril. In an interconnected world, they do so at the peril of others as well. A truly democratic, inclusive, and participatory form of government goes a long way in preventing conditions that lead to violent extremism. In India, affirmative action is enshrined in our constitution and our laws in order to redress historical injustices and to promote inclusion. It is important that no section of society feels marginalized or excluded. The gains that the world has made through economic growth over 7 decades threaten to be wiped away by the forces of violent extremism unless we act collectively and credibly against this threat. The aspirational promises of the post-2015 development agenda will remain undelivered if we do not fight the cancer of fundamentalism and extremism. You have, Mr. President, done great service by highlighting the challenge through the organization of this high-level debate. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India, and I now give the floor to the representative of Belgium.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, dear delegates, religious leaders, good day. Mr. President, I thank you for having given me the floor to have organized, along with the Alliance of Civilizations and the Secretary General, this debate on a major challenge of the 21st century. My statement is in addition to that made by the European Union yesterday. Over the past 2 years, we have seen a concerning increase in the radicalization and in violent extremism. Most extremist groups have in common a radical variant of religion as the ideology to justify their actions, but this extremism and this violence has nothing in common with Islam or any other religion. Extremist groups are similar in that they no longer view others for what they are, but for what they represent in their eyes. Extremists do not fight for what they believe, but against those who don't think as they do. Not for what they can build, but for that which they wish to destroy. Their society that they defend is built on hatred, fear, and violence, and destruction. They use religion or politics as a tool to justify their actions. All these groups in a sectarian approach focus on certain frustrations resulting from discriminations, injustice, insecurity, or a lack of prospects for youth. They reject democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and they use terror to impose their authority over a large portion of the population. If the Middle East, unfortunately today, is the region most affected by terrorism, the threat is global, since its ramifications are everywhere. Recruits, mainly youth, come from around the globe, and we must keep our citizens safe. And we must also ask ourselves, why? Where have we failed? Why would a young man or woman prefer to go and kill innocents rather than to go to school? If we wish to solve this problem, we must understand the motivations of extremists and combat them. This work to understand and to prevent will take time, and possibly more than one generation. But we must begin now, and each country must find its own response. We are pleased to see the current international mobilization on this issue, namely in the adoption by the Security Council of a resolution on foreign combatants. This resolution is a useful tool to promote international cooperation and to undertake effective action. Mr. President, Belgium is facing the issue of radicalization in a particularly acute manner. It was a victim of the tragic consequences of the actions of extremists when, on 24 May 2014, about a year ago, a deadly attack occurred in the Jewish Museum in Brussels, probably perpetrated by a French combatant who had returned from the Middle East. With approximately 200 Belgians in Syria and about 100 that have returned, Belgium, from the very beginning, has taken the issue of foreign combatants very seriously. The Belgian federal authorities adopted in 2013 a program to prevent violent radicalization, particularly to better identify the process of radicalization through research projects and to integrate this information into new initiatives that have been or will be developed in the area of prevention. A pilot project was launched in 2014 in about 10 particularly affected cities of the country so as to better support local authorities in facing and combating violent radicalization. Regarding the prison population in particular, the Minister of Justice has just launched a plan of action against radicalization, which aspires, on the one hand, to avoid detainees becoming radicalized during their incarceration, and, on the other, to develop a specialized plan for those radicalized during their incarceration. Other authorities in Belgium have also launched their own projects to combat radicalization, and all these initiatives focus particularly on training frontline actors, namely teachers, educators, and social workers. Tools have also been developed to train youth themselves as well as their parents, and this to further anchor moral and civic values of our societies in education. This is to better arm youth against the dangers of ideological indoctrination. Mr. President, allow me to conclude with this thought. Throughout the world, political and religious leaders have an important role to play in calling for tolerance, in condemning violence and extremism, and in effectively promoting mutual respect and living together. No matter the belief, no matter your origin, race, whether you be man or woman, or homosexual or heterosexual. Moderation and tolerance are vital elements for inclusive societies. Moderation and tolerance are at the foundation of the protection of all components of our society and in the value of their role in society. In this connection, Belgium, in its presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, currently, will organize on 8 May a conference entitled Tolerance is Stronger Than Hatred, showing how much the diversity of our societies is a boon rather than a risk. Often, moderation is quiet, while extremism is loud. We note often that media echoes violence and extremism. We call upon media to also make known these powerful and positive initiatives from civil society, those that aim to develop tolerance, as well as those, for example, of thousands of Muslims who speak through social networks to say, "not in my name," and "not in the name of my religion." Our task as leaders is to ensure that moderate voices are heard and to support local initiatives which promote human rights and inclusive societies. At the international level, guided by previous initiatives, notably the Washington Summit organized by President Obama last February, we encourage member states to strengthen their cooperation to respond to the phenomenon of foreign combatants, to ensure the safety of their citizens, to deal with the deeper causes of violent extremism, and to deal with recruitment. Here we welcome the high-level meeting planned for next September on the sidelines of the Ministerial Week so that we can focus on the implementation of the Program of Action Against Extremism that was developed during the Washington Summit. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Belgium, and I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Mr. President, I would like to pay tribute to the initiative by His Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, and the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the High Representative, the UN High Representative for Alliance of Civilization, to convene this high-level meeting to exchange views on promoting peaceful coexistence and confronting extremism. This expresses a realization of the risks besetting the world today, such risks as the proliferation of such phenomena, and shows a realization of the centrality of dialogue instead of conflict and confrontation promoted by others in an endeavor to fuel racist tendencies and division on the basis of religion, dogma, or race. In this segment, I would like to recall the inspiring statement by Martin Luther King: "We have to learn how to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. Diversity is an eternal norm of the universe and will stay as long as humanity survives." The teachings of Islam have established acceptance of this diversity 1400 years ago in the saying by God Almighty, "People, we have created you as males and females and peoples and tribes so that you will get to know each other. The noblest of you in the eyes of God is the most righteous." However, the extremists from all religions and races have always sought to impose their narrow perspective on others and monopolize the truth. The extremists, few as they are the loudest and the noisiest, and they pose the greatest threat to social harmony and peace, and hence the role of moderate leaderships to express the voice of the moderate silent majority and to isolate peripheral voices and put them in their right, give them the right perspective. The continued attempts to link extremism to any religion or culture in particular has been proven wrong by experience. Extremism is a human conduct of which no society is free, and it has numerous motives and reasons which should be studied so as to confront them effectively. Events have shown the importance of giving up preconceived notions which confine the reasons for extremism to certain cultures or states, or attributed simply to political elements. The phenomenon of foreign fighters and the phenomenon of indiscriminate killing or mass suicide and other such norms require a reconsideration and reappraisal and the realization of such social aspects of this phenomenon, such as poverty, marginalization, stereotyping, and other elements which are no less important than others, but unfortunately do not command the required attention. On the other hand, we must realize the importance of the gravity of coining new terms such as violent extremism to confine the discussion to only that perspective. Violence is only a symptom of the sickness of extremism, which should be rejected by the community and should be blocked and tackled through awareness and to fight thought with thought. The extremist is a time bomb which should not be left alone until it explodes. Egypt has spared no effort in self-examination before pointing fingers at others. The Noble Al-Azhar, with its enlightened centrist approach, plays an important role in rejecting the ideas of extremism and some erroneous fatwas which some extremists attribute to Islamic religion nationally, regionally, or internationally. Also, numerous scholars are sent to the states of the world to propagate this centrist thinking, instead, in addition to receiving thousands of Africans and students to study in the Azhar University. Also, the Egyptian Center for Fatwas has established an observatory of takfiri fatwas, which works in accordance with a scientific methodical approach to monitor the extremist takfiri fatwas in accordance with a scientific approach which takes into context the geographical and temporal context and provides comprehensive scientific answers to tackle extremist efforts. In spite of the national efforts to confront extremism and terrorism, international cooperation remains an important factor in confronting the phenomena of extremism and terrorism, which have proliferated and metastasized in unprecedented mode. And the United Nations still remains the appropriate venue to mobilize international efforts and promote coexistence programs, exchange views and best practices, and render assistance to the building of capacities of developing countries. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Egypt, and I now give the floor to the representative of El Salvador.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. We note a change in the name of this thematic debate vis-a-vis the name that was in the journal. However, our statement will focus on the topic of this thematic debate as it was originally proposed by the President of the General Assembly. On behalf of the government of El Salvador and as a member of the group of friends of the Alliance of Civilizations, I wish to express our appreciation to the PGA, to the Secretary General, and the High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations. Thank you for convening this thematic debate, which addresses matters that are of great importance to all of us. This debate is an opportunity to look back at the road traveled and to underscore the road ahead in the area of tolerance and reconciliation. These are not new topics for the United Nations. Over the years, there has been a reaffirming of the, and not in an isolated manner, of the importance of promoting these with the participation of many within the UN system, the states, the religious leaders, the local governments, the NGOs, and others. The Declaration of Principles on Tolerance, adopted by UNESCO in November of 1995, underscores that tolerance is not an indulgence or indifference. It is a respect and an ability to appreciate the wealth and variety of cultures of the world and the different forms of expression of human beings. Tolerance recognizes universal human rights and fundamental freedoms of every other person in the world. 10 years later, the outcome document of the World Summit in 2005, the heads of state and government reaffirmed their commitment to fostering well-being, liberty, and progress for human beings wherever they may be, encouraging tolerance, respect, dialogue, and cooperation between and among cultures, civilizations, and peoples. In this context, it is important to underscore the efforts that have been made by the Alliance of Civilizations since 2005 as an initiative aimed at improving relations and knowledge between and among nations through dialogue and cooperation. We should not fail to mention the importance of the Declaration and Program of Action on a Culture of Peace. Looking at the 2015 Development Agenda, we recognize that humans are the center of sustainable development. The holistic focus of this process toward the post-2015 Development Agenda brought the Working Group on the SDGs to include its report on SDG 16, promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, promoting access to justice for all, building effective, responsible, and inclusive institutions at all levels. This is something that El Salvador applauds and welcomes. The link between the ideas cannot be more simple. We cannot take dead people out of poverty. Fostering a culture of peace, coexistence, and dialogue on all levels, reducing the levels of violence are essential if we are to bring to a successful conclusion any sustainable development project. Education and training with regard to values are essential. The Alliance of Civilizations has before it an enormous challenge when it comes to fostering a culture of peace with dialogue and tolerance, creating awareness when it comes to fighting violent extremism, xenophobia, and discrimination, whether they are lay or religious. El Salvador fully shares the sentiments of the High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations in that the Alliance is focused on the basic belief that cultural, ethnic, and religious diversity are pillars of sustainable development and not obstacles to this development, for which reason we encourage ongoing work in this area. El Salvador calls upon those countries that have made positive progress to share best practices in the area of education and prevention. As we are a country that has gone through the different phases of national reconciliation after an armed conflict, as well as being a country that faces big challenges in building a peaceful society and a society with citizen security, given the threats of social violence, El Salvador is willing to share its experience in this area. In the case of El Salvador, the presence and support of the United Nations has been and will continue to be of great importance when it comes to galvanizing the different national forces to bring about the ongoing peace building. I cannot fail to mention, on behalf of my government, appreciation to Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General, for the attention and support he has personally offered our country in these matters. El Salvador calls for the plan of action for preventing violent extremism, which is slated to be launched by the Secretary General in September, is an excellent contribution to fighting this scourge which is affecting many of our countries around the world. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the representative of El Salvador, and I now give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. I thank the PGA, Sam Kutesa, for having convened this meeting, and I thank the Secretary General and the High Representative for the Alliance of Civilizations for their remarks. I thank all of the speakers that have spoken. This debate takes place at a time in which the world has been rocked by acts of barbarism, intolerance, and violent extremism that we thought we had overcome. This is an unparalleled opportunity for all of us to express our most categorical rejection of violence, extremism, and intolerance. It is an opportunity for us to agree upon actions aimed at promoting peaceful, inclusive, democratic, and societies that are also respectful of diversity. President, Colombia associates itself with the statement made by Ecuador on behalf of the members of CELAC. Responding effectively to violent extremism, defeating intolerance, hinges on reaffirming that there is no excuse or condition that can justify terrorism and violence. Experience has shown us that facing radicalization, extremism, and violent acts, we must hold fast to our democratic principles, commit to the defense, promotion, and enjoyment of human rights of all citizens, and make a reality of the purposes and principles that we agreed upon 70 years ago in the UN Charter. It is for this reason that we are called upon to take timely, practical, and effective measures that foster dialogue with common understanding and reconciliation. Along these lines, there are certain aspects on which we must work. To wit, we must work towards societies with high educational standards which fosters not merely knowledge and scientific development, but that also promotes values such as solidarity and an acceptance of diversity as innate elements of our raison d'être and human condition. We also encourage leaders, religious and lay, to promote an understanding and to be a source of inspiration in which our societies cultivate a sense of belonging and peaceful coexistence in a world that is ever more interdependent. Regardless of their religious beliefs or ethnic origin, the religious leaders, given their privileged position, have the responsibility of cultivating feelings of tolerance and respect towards those that do not share their beliefs. Third, we must recognize that policies and systems for social inclusion play an essential role in promoting inclusive societies, fostering stable, safe, harmonious, peaceful, and fair societies, generating a climate that is conducive to development and progress. Fourth, we must underscore that the abuses in the fight against terrorism are morally unacceptable and counterproductive. 5, foster those actions that are aimed at claiming diversity as a value that enriches societies and contributes to unity and cohesion. 6, we must reiterate that we must not fall into simplest stereotyping, nor must we identify a religion or culture with extreme violence, intolerance, or a violation of human rights, as these are unacceptable behaviors that can be attributed to people or groups, but not cultures or religions per se. Lastly, we must eliminate discrimination for any reason, and we must eliminate stereotypes, prejudices, stigma, and exclusion. These are all exploited with political, economic, and propaganda-based purposes. Lastly, President, I should like to underscore the importance of promoting knowledge and respect for multiculturalism and the need to have receptive institutions that have tools conducive to tackling these challenges and addressing the legitimate aspirations of our peoples. These institutions must be in a position to channel the social demands and be representative of the popular will. And it is in this that their legitimacy and efficacy are based. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the representative of Colombia. I now give the floor to the representative of Austria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Austria fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union. In addition, we would first like to thank the President of the General Assembly and the UN AOC for convening this important high-level thematic debate. There is a steady rise of radicalization and extremism in the name of religion, especially in the Middle East and Northern Africa. However, it must be understood that this is not the challenge of one region alone. It exists everywhere, affects everyone, and must involve everyone. At present, foreign terrorist fighters who travel to conflict areas such as Syria and Iraq harbor a particular threat with about 5,000 fighters originating from Europe, including 200 from Austria and 700 from the Western Balkans. A broad mix of measures is needed in order to counter this development, including military and political engagement, as well as efforts in social networks. Austria is taking action and supports intensifying international cooperation, particularly between the European Union and the Western Balkans, in order to jointly fight extremism, radical Islamist groups, and individual fighters, with the aim of improving the security situation in the Western Balkans and in other parts of Europe. Upon invitation of the Austrian Ministers of Interior and of Foreign Affairs, a conference was held in Vienna in March in order to discuss the topic of tackling jihadism together, shaping, preventing, reacting, with colleagues from Croatia, Italy, Slovenia, and the Western Balkans. In this context, a ministerial declaration with the title Tackling Violent Extremism and Terrorism was adopted. It includes, for example, closer cooperation between law enforcement authorities, enhanced border security, and joint efforts to remove extremist content from media outlets. Mr. President, the Austrian Foreign Minister Sebastian Kurz stated at this conference that the division of society has to be prevented and no specific population group or religion must be put under general suspicion. The example of the Western Balkans has shown that a European-style Islam is possible. The conference in Vienna emphasized a new important substantial element in the fight against violent extremism. Besides prevention and reactive security measures, the importance of shaping a positive social environment was highlighted for the first time. In order to prevent exclusion and to foster social cohesion, we need to promote a fruitful intercultural and interreligious dialogue which contributes to global trust building and peaceful coexistence. Religious leaders should play a positive bridge building role. In this context, international cooperation in the field of education is an important element. We have to ensure that young people all around the world can access information on the importance of universal human rights for their personal lives. Adequate communication is a key factor in the promotion of tolerance and reconciliation. In addition to indispensable people-to-people contacts, we especially need to use innovative mechanisms to reach young women and men who seem to be the main target of radicalization by terrorist groups. The internet and social media have to be used in order to counter messages of hate with messages of dialogue and hope. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Austria, and I now give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We thank you for organizing this important meeting. Issues related to tolerance and building bridges between and within societies are increasingly part of our discussions at various UN bodies. This is dictated by the unprecedented rise of violent extremism the world is faced with, which asks, indeed, for a profound reflection better and concerted actions, and continued and inclusive efforts by all of us in identifying and implementing the best ways to counter the plague of radicalization and extremism. Mr. President, more than 2/3 of today's world population identify themselves with a religious community. Religious leaders, and we had very inspiring statements this morning, have followers across race, class, and gender. A modern and more globalized world with a never-seen-before human mobility across countries has made that few, if any, countries can claim religious homogeneity in their societies. Therefore, the quality of relations between various religious groups is crucial to overall social cohesion. While acknowledging that extremism is fueled by various factors and has complex roots, the abhorrent and catastrophic acts of the nebulous religious terrorist groups have placed religious extremism at the center of the world debate and the religious leaders at the first line with regard to their influence, role, and responsibility in influencing developments in society along the family, school, communities, and other important actors. Humanity has paid a terrible price to religious extremism, to hate speech, to bigotry, and all forms of discrimination. Yet again, nowadays violent religious extremism continues to cause thousands of innocent victims, produce immense suffering, lead to erosion of trust between different groups, and fuel social hostility. The abhorrent, unspeakable crimes committed by ISIL, Boko Haram, and their affiliates, the worrying rise of anti-Semitism worldwide, but also other forms of discrimination based on religion and their pernicious use for political gains by political actors are proof of the tremendous generational challenge the world is going through and of the urgency to deal with them accordingly. And in this context, situations and examples that show and speak of the opposite need to be highlighted. Albania is one of those small countries with a long history, profoundly challenged by the upheavals of time, including centuries of foreign domination and wars it did not choose to fight. Despite all this, whatever the time, whatever the difficulties the country has been through, there is one thing that has never changed. Albanian history is totally free of religious tensions, of hate speech, of anti-Semitism, or any other form of bigotry. Respect for others' religion, culture, and heritage has been an unchanged fundamental part of the Albanian society since ages, a value carefully transmitted through generations, something we dearly cherish and strictly observe nowadays. It is a result of adherence of a whole society to principles of a higher importance and value beyond religion or social class. It is the fruit of the agreed understanding that respect for the difference is both a strength and a guarantee for successful cohabitation of what elsewhere is often seen as an impossible meeting of incompatibles. In a symbolic yet meaningful gesture, the Albanian delegation led by the Prime Minister to the Paris March on 11 January this year included all Albanian religious leaders. Mr. President, in order to address the root causes and drivers of violent extremism in nowadays fast-changing multicultural and multi-confessional societies, we need a renewed focus on a wide range of issues which bring together good governance, rule of law, respect for human rights across the board, sustainable economic growth, accountable institutions, and involvement of youth and women as well as education, including indispensably work in the community. Albania participated and welcomes the result of the White House Summit on Countering Violent Extremism organized last February in Washington, and we are fully committed to do our part while working closely with our partners and allies. To this end, we are happy to organize in Tirana from 19 to 20th May 2015 the first regional follow-up White House Summit on Countering Violent Extremism. We will be glad to share the conclusions of the CVE with the wider UN membership. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by highlighting that exclusion, discrimination, and marginalization will inevitably lead individuals and groups to seek solutions where, in fact, there is none, including through religious radicalization and instrumentalization. The long and challenging fight against extremism will be won by successfully countering extremist ideologies, by changing the mindsets and by engaging all stakeholders, contributing towards building a better society for all. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania, and I now give the floor to the representative of Montenegro.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
For convening this important and timely high-level thematic debate, which provides a vital opportunity to focus on measures that should be taken to foster tolerance and reconciliation, as well as to address challenges of countering radicalization and extremism. Montenegro aligns itself with the statement previously delivered by the European Union. In addition, I would like to add certain remarks in my national capacity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing devastating and enduring impact of the violence and its culture that becomes overwhelming in different parts of the world. Wait a second. Alarming rise in the wave of extremism, terrorist attacks, and continued incitement to hatred are challenges that affect us all. Excuse me. Therefore, we must work together in order to tackle them accordingly and to ensure our response is comprehensive, has impact, and is relevant, since the threat we face from terrorism and extremism is changing almost by the day. That is why we need sustained efforts to stop and prevent violence, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, to respect one another, and to seek common ground. It is therefore important that we recall that non-discrimination and inclusion of all groups in the mechanisms of society is an enormous asset which contributes to our well-being and enhances the wider perception of social justice, trust, and systemic legitimacy. Enabling environment for inclusive institution building, essential for peaceful societies free of conflict, assumes active engagement of national and local authorities, parliaments, communities, civil society, academia, and women's groups. It takes time and requires financial support, and all countries should play its part in this. Multiculturalism and multi-confessional harmony of Montenegro are one of our greatest assets. It is because our leadership has provided the right conditions for diversity to exist and for multiculturalism to thrive. Leadership that promotes tolerance and brings people together regardless of their ethnicity, religion, belief, gender, or sexual orientation, and enables their full participation in society. Extremism is not something that can just be ignored, but tackled head-on because its consequences are clear. However, governments cannot act alone on this. Also, we should be aware that no external power can bring about transformation of hearts and minds. That is the task for the countries and its people themselves. We strongly encourage and support civil society and religious organizations to promote mediation as a tool to reconcile divided communities. Also, full and active role of women in political institutions, peace processes, and in reconciliation efforts should be ensured and encouraged. Mr. President, we must not forget that youth is a vital stakeholder for shaping social and economic development, challenging social norms and values, and building foundation of the world's future. It has provided to be instrumental in fostering constructive dialogue among religions, faiths, and civilizations, and has provided valuable contributions towards the promotion of peace, tolerance, and diversity. Around the world, young people are moving forward, hungry for a better world, and governments are responsible for showing them the path. My government is fully aware of the values of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship among young population. Through education system, we prepare students to think in creative and critical way, to cooperate, communicate, and take risks. Also, through implementation of different programs and projects, we provide young generations with self-confidence and ambition to be successfully in rapidly changing global environment. We will expand such programs and projects since these investments are the best antidote to violence. Mr. President, dealing with the challenges before us and turning the diversity of cultures, religions, languages, traditions, and customs into our assets cannot happen overnight, but we committed ourselves to it. Montenegro will continue to be a reliable partner of the UN in its activities of promotion of tolerance and reconciliation, working for international peace and security, proud of its values and achievements, and confident in our joint future. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Montenegro, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Maldives.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the Maldives delegation welcomes the opportunity to contribute to this high-level event on the topic of tolerance and reconciliation. This is an important subject for the United Nations to tackle as it goes to the very core of our charter and values. We are happy to be here today in a spirit of hope to progressively realize our potential to work together as a global community to rise above hatred, violence, fear, and to speak positively of solutions. Mr. President, my delegation joins others in condemning terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. The scourge of terrorism is still sweeping across the world, leaving a trail of destruction and suffering. Innocent lives have been lost at a Kenyan university, in a Pakistan school, on buses and on roadsides, in churches and mosques. Around the world, we are losing the sacred sense of safety to walk the streets and go about our daily lives. The disruption of peace undermines the dignity of human beings and robs them of their fundamental freedoms and rights. It also threatens the territorial integrity and security of states. This past year, we have seen the rise of new forms of terror continues as a campaign of fear and violent extremism in the Middle East. The Maldives government stands firmly with our brothers and sisters from Arab states and across the world in calling for an end to this violence. Though many leave their native shores to take up arms and fight in the name of religion, there is also a global recognition on the need to coordinate more closely on ensuring those who do are identified and face justice. Those who would be enticed are discouraged, and the repercussions of such radicalism made abundantly clear. It is our greatest concern that support is mobilized to help rebuild a lasting peace in the region. The biggest challenge to our development, to our way of life, is ignorance. Violence, subjugation, and eternal poverty breed ignorance. Misinformed yet talented young people can easily be lured to fanaticism, radicalism, and extremism. Islam's identity as a religion that supports innovation, knowledge, and scholarship is in danger of eroding away. The golden era of this religion is almost forgotten. The Maldives is proud to be an Islamic state. We see Islam as a great religion founded on values of peace, compassion, and tolerance. We cannot let its name be hijacked by radical and extremist elements to perpetuate hatred and violence. These groups are not only un-Islamic, in fact, they are anti-Islamic. These are terrorist organizations, not religious groups. The Maldives does not condone the use of veil of religion as a pretext for inflicting terror. We reject the calls by radical preachers and militant groups to turn civil conflicts into religious wars. Our religion condemns violence, it condemns suicide, unjust war, and retribution by force. We, the government and the people of Maldives, condemn in the strongest terms these terrorist groups, their extremist ideologies, and their activities. Mr. President, today the world has a choice to make. Should we allow extremists to shape our future, or should we take decisive actions to defeat these extremist ideologies? Our answer to these questions will define the way in which we deal with the so-called Islamic terrorist groups. The Maldives believes that terrorism should not be associated with any religion, race, faith, theology, values, culture, society, or group. Nor can it be localized to any one nation. Once we accept this, terrorism is no longer a polarizing issue, but one that requires our collective efforts. We are all in this together. All of us who believe in the inherent value of peace and stability, and in the dignity, equality, and human rights of all people, especially for a country like the Maldives with limited capacity but vast geographical area. International assistance and coordination is of paramount importance. The Maldives recognizes streamlined counter-radicalization efforts are needed to ensure a lasting victory against violent extremism. The Maldives reiterates in unequivocal support for the fulfillment of pillars of the global counter-terrorism strategy and supports the development of a comprehensive international convention on terrorism. In addition to national initiatives, international and regional coordination is becoming ever more essential as terrorism spreads beyond national borders. We look forward to working with partners to implement this strategy towards the shared vision which we have articulated today and hope to enshrine in Goal 16 of the post-2015 Development Agenda, a vision for peaceful, inclusive societies for sustainable development. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Maldives, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Republic of Tanzania.
I thank you, Mr. President. This is truly an important event, and we thank the President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations for organizing it. We welcome in our midst representatives of governments and civil society, including faith and religious organizations and their leaders, whose perspectives are very enriching as well as uplifting. In addition to all these great messages we have had thus far, we would like to make the following observations. First and foremost, we wish to acknowledge the important role being played by the United Nations Alliance of Civilization in, among other things, providing a forum for discussing and seeking solutions for the myriad of challenges emanating from our diversity in an increasingly interconnected world. We must support and use this forum to bridge the divides, address violent extremism, and build enduring alliances necessary for realizing our collective aspirations as reflected in the Charter of the United Nations. Secondly, there is great need to fully comprehend the causes of intolerances, particularly violent extremism, which is spreading at an unprecedented rate in developed and developing countries alike. Whether it is persistent inequalities or disenfranchisement, endemic poverty or unemployment, we must get to the bottom of the problem and address it head-on. Here, we wish to underscore the important role of multi-stakeholder dialogue while avoiding the usual prejudices that only serve as an obstruction to the desired outcomes. Thirdly, while promoting dialogue in an international level, it is important to note the real impact will be achieved at the national and local levels, in most cases using homegrown remedies. The international community must be supportive of such interventions and must refrain from interfering in a manner that can jeopardize natural healing processes. Fourthly, and perhaps most critically, promotion of tolerance and reconciliation must go hand in hand with full adherence of the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. Respect to human rights and the promotion of the rule of law at all levels will go a long way in tackling some of the conditions conducive to the spread of violent extremism. Finally, some lessons from my own country, Tanzania. We are a secular state composed of Christians and Muslims, as well as believers of traditional faiths. We have initiated an interfaith dialogue which resulted in the formation of the conflict resolution program known as Muslims Christian Commission for Peace Development and Conflict Resolution. This program helps to build mutual trust and ensure peaceful relationships and harmonious coexistence between Muslims and Christians. Since its formation, it has successfully mitigated conflicts between religious groups. It has proven fostering peaceful and inclusive societies is within our reach. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Republic of Tanzania and now give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. We appreciate the convening of this debate. We thank you and the Secretary General. We also appreciate the presentations or speeches that have been made on this important topic. My delegation fully associates itself with the statement made yesterday by the distinguished representative of Ecuador on behalf of CELAC. We would like to underscore a number of items in our national capacity on the theme of this debate. Cuba reaffirms the Declaration and Program of Action on a Culture of Peace, as well as the World Program for Dialogue Between Civilizations and its Program of Action. We support the programs and initiatives in UNESCO on this topic. There is a need to eliminate all forms of discrimination and intolerance, including those that are based on race, color, gender, language, religion, national origin, ethnic or social origin, disabilities, or anything else. We believe that any doctrine based on cultural or racial superiority should be rejected vehemently, as with any other action that brings prejudice, discrimination, stereotypes, or racial profiling, defamation of religions which goes against human dignity, equality, and justice as well. It is not possible to reach or attain a culture of peace without a genuine dialogue, understanding, tolerance, and solidarity. There must be consent and respect for history, the diversity of cultures, religions, and individual features of nations and peoples. President, all cultures and civilizations contribute to the enriching of humanity. Along these lines, there must be a respect for religious and cultural diversity, noting their importance in promoting international peace and security. Fostering well-being, freedom, and progress for human beings, stimulating tolerance, dialogue, and cooperation between and among different cultures and civilizations are all essential. Cuba reiterates that there must also be a respect for the diversity of political, social, cultural, and religious systems in order to contribute to building a peaceful, prosperous world with an equitable and fair world order and a climate conducive to the exchange of human experiences. A respect for cultural diversity fosters cultural pluralism. This contributes to a broader exchange of knowledge and a better understanding of our cultures and its legacy. Cuba, as a coordinator in the NAM and its work on human rights, will continue to present on behalf of the member states of NAM the draft resolution entitled Human Rights and Cultural Diversity. This initiative was born in the Program of Action on this topic adopted in September of 2007 in Iran, later taken on by the heads of state and government in the 5th summit of our NAM. President, Cuba reaffirms that culture is an essential component of human development. It is a source of identity, innovation, and creativity for people and communities. It is also an important factor in social inclusion and the eradication of poverty, as it promotes economic growth and participation in the processes of development. It is for this reason that we have supported and will continue to support those efforts aimed at including in the new framework for development a focus on culture that is rights-based, based also on respect for linguistic and cultural diversity. Cuba hopes that the September document give priority to the value of culture as a driver of peace and respect for cultural diversity as inseparable from the expression of the self-determination of peoples. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Cuba and now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General of the UN, as well as the UN Alliance of Civilization for convening this high-level thematic debate of the General Assembly on promoting tolerance and reconciliation, fostering peaceful, inclusive societies, and countering violent extremism. Mr. President, it is also important for the meetings such as this to provide the necessary impetus to resolve the challenges that threaten the peaceful coexistence among peoples, tolerance, and respect for diversity. Given South Africa's turbulent political past and decades of racial polarization, South Africa established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission with the objective of promoting national reconciliation, social cohesion, and nation building. The effort was also aimed at ensuring accountability for past atrocities and inequality. South Africa believes government policies should not only promote tolerance, but also address the underlying causes of intolerance, such as eradicating poverty and underdevelopment, marginalized people living under occupation, socioeconomic and political disparities. State parties to the UN Declaration on Tolerance should respect their commitments and take measures to ensure respect to its provisions. We further commended the work of the UN Alliance of Civilizations in its endeavor to encourage societies to embrace diversity, organizing the country and nation around shared values to address challenges that polarize our communities. To realize its objectives, these shared values should be reflected in public institutions and governmental policies. South Africa noted that the General Assembly Resolution 66/122 that urged states for the social inclusion policies and systems that play a critical role in promoting an inclusive society, fostering stable, safe, harmonious, peaceful and just societies, and for improving social cohesion and inclusion so as to create an environment for development and progress. Mr. President, recent violent extremism activities around the globe threatens our collective values and interests, and it is our duty and primary responsibility to secure some political will and commitment to combating the upsurge of racial and religious hatred. The UN Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy remains a useful, collective, and flexible tool for guiding member states' response to terrorism. Premised on the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and the rule of law, it provides a holistic and multifaceted approach to countering terrorism. We are encouraged by the organizing of a number of side events and meetings around the review by UN counterterrorism bodies, that is the Counterterrorism Implementation Task Force and the Counterterrorism Committee Executive Directorate, in which member states and civil society organizations highlighted some of the more critical issues addressed in the strategy. South Africa further believes that education programming is not only about the content of the curriculum, but it should also be used to tackle violent extremism through fostering relationships between people and their communities in order to ensure a safe, collaborative, and constructive environment. Terrorism and violent extremism cannot be dealt with in isolation. Hence, in seeking solutions, attention needs to be given to the conditions that give rise to it. Important to note is also that terrorism cannot be defeated militarily, nor dealt with solely through the use of force or coercive measures. Mr. President, in conclusion, the government of South Africa is acutely aware of the fact that much still needs to be done at both the domestic and international level in order to improve our responses to terrorism, including addressing its myriad causes. Member states need to be encouraged to work in collaboration with the relevant UN agencies to improve the social, economic, and political living conditions of their citizens. We also further wish to encourage the ratification and domestication of international treaties which seek to fight crime and terrorist acts. It is therefore of paramount importance to address the fundamental causes of terrorism, such as eradicating poverty and underdevelopment, marginalized people living under occupation, socio-economic and political disparities. At the same time, we need to be firm on the eradication of all forms of intolerance tendencies and find ways of addressing ideologies that create hatred. South Africa reiterates its conviction that terrorism constitutes a serious violation of human rights and a threat to peace, security, development, and democracy. I thank you.
I thank the representative of South Africa and now give the floor to the representative of Kuwait.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, and praise be to God, the creator of the universe, and praise and peace upon all the prophets of God, their families, and their companions. Your Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General, Your Excellency, Mr. Sam Kutisa, President of the General Assembly, my dear brother, Mr. Nasser Abdulaziz Al-Nasser, High Representative of the UN Alliance for Civilizations, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you and God's blessings and mercy. It is my deep pleasure to attend this meeting under the auspices of the United Nations. My name is Abdulaziz Saoud Al-Babtin. I represent the Abdulaziz Babtin Cultural Foundation. It was said previously that what politics ruin can be mended by culture. So I hope that we will help mend all the mistakes and errors committed throughout the world. I came here today upon your kind invitation, and I'm honored to respond to it in order to strengthen the foundations of tolerance and to combat extremism in order to create peaceful, stable societies. Our meeting today is in line with the aspirations of the Arab nation and the Arab Gulf, and the aspirations of my country, Kuwait, represented in its Emir, His Excellency Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmad Al-Jaber Al-Sabah, and the entire nation of Kuwait. Our Emir has recently also received the title of a leader of humanitarian work from His Excellency Secretary General Mr. Ban Ki-moon. This was an international acknowledgement from the highest organization in the world and is an unprecedented distinction for the humanitarian work which the United Nations seeks to spread throughout the world. Kuwait and its nation have always been well known for assisting those in need regardless of nationality, religion, faith, or race. And even before the discovery of oil in my country, when the people of Kuwait used to risk their lives to dive into the deep sea in search of pearls, we still acted in that way. And this is also in line with the aspirations of Abdulaziz Babtin Cultural Foundation, which had which became aware in 2002, in the aftermath of 9/11, became aware of the need to combat these tendencies, and so we created the Center of Civilization in the Rome University, and in cooperation with a number of European institutions, we held a number of courses in various European capitals in order to build bridges among various cultures and in order to spread tolerance and affection. The most recent course was held over a year ago at the headquarters of the European Parliament in Brussels. Next October this year, we are going to hold our session, God willing, at Oxford University in the United Kingdom, and with the participation of the United Kingdom. This is a very important and necessary meeting at this time when the world witnesses the growth of the scourge of extremism, which has become a universal phenomenon, and its supporters are raising religious slogans that entitles them, in their view, to create gaps between traditions and societies, and to carry out killing and the shedding of blood, to carry weapons in support of different opinions. This is a dangerous phenomenon that threatens the world if it were allowed to continue, and it will lead us to a dark end where the strong kills the weak and where the rattle of weapons will be higher than the sound of minarets and the bells of churches. It is the duty of the world today, be they states, organizations, civic organizations, and activists, to take the initiative and to move to combat this obsession with murder. The fact that these elements use religion as an excuse for killing is not ratified and accepted by any religion which respects God's given right to human beings, a right to life. This is a divine right that cannot be given, that cannot be taken away except by its creator or by a competent judicial authority that uses punishment as a way to support and protect life and not to take it away. The taking of life has always been considered a threat to all lives and deserving of severe punishment and eternity in hell. This phenomenon, which seeks to destroy the social cohesion and international relations in many communities and a return to the age of barbarism and the eradication of others, wants us to go back in history and abandoning all the progress achieved by humanity in the fields of human rights, democracy, religious tolerance, and the use of dialogue to resolve all disputes. And just as we are proud and determined to dry up the sources of terrorism and extremism, we are equally determined to dry up the sources of oppression and injustice against nations, such as is taking place in Palestine. We also call upon major states to allow the export of modern technology to the third world. The Arab countries are part of that third world, and this will help stem the continued emigration and illegal emigration, and this will allow, and we urge them to invest in industrial development in these countries where the rate of unemployment is increasing. This will allow us also to avoid illegal immigration, which is taking the lives of thousands of victims who risk those lives in those trips. And here, ladies and gentlemen, from this esteemed podium, I rise in reverence and respect to recall with all Kuwaiti citizens the noble stand of the former Emir of Kuwait, Sheikh Jabir al-Ahmad al-Sabah, who implored the assistance of the nations of the world to rescue our nation from that horrible invasion a quarter century ago. The free world responded, headed by our sisterly nation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and a number of Arab brothers and other friends. They participated in the liberation of Kuwait. And today we are imploring you, the children of those noble leaders, to help us in getting rid of these divisive wars and the conflicts that have spread throughout the Arab world, from Libya to Syria to Yemen. And I say in conclusion, there is no justification for terrorism, no matter how much it tries to cloak itself in religious or nationalist slogans. It is an offense to religion and to nationalism. It is a stab in the back of these beliefs rather than a support for them. We must all stand united, ladies and gentlemen, and we must all repeat with one voice: no to terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. We must denounce with even higher, we must repeat with even higher voices: freedom to all, equality for all, prosperity for all, so that the sun of tolerance and brotherhood should shine on the world with all its cultures. We should tear down all the walls and let all the flowers in the world bloom. Thank you, and God's blessing on you.
I thank the representative of Kuwait and now give the floor to the representative of Benin.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me at the outset to thank the President of the General Assembly for having organized this thematic high-level debate on promoting tolerance and reconciliation in order to promote peaceful and inclusive societies and to combat violent extremism. I would like to thank the President of the General Assembly for the initiative of this debate with the Secretary General of the United Nations and the High Representative for the Alliance of Civilizations. And I wish to hail his contributions and the preliminary remarks, which were very enriching. My delegation truly believes that society must bring together different social classes, balancing in order to preserve peace and prosperity. Tolerance and reconciliation are in an essential place in this process, and they are notably defined by openness of spirit, communication, and freedom of thinking, conscience, and belief. Tolerance was laid out in the Declaration of Principles on Tolerance adopted by UNESCO on the 16th of November, 1995, as a factor for harmony and difference. From this point of view, it is not only a requirement, an ethical, but also legal and political method to contribute to peace, to contribute to the culture of peace, to go against violence, extremism, and war. We thus welcome the celebration on the 26th of November every year on the International Day of Tolerance, and hope that this celebration will continue to be marked with intensive activity focused on the general public in order to educate people to accept difference and to refuse violence, to improve religion tolerance, and to make them aware of the importance of respecting each other's rights and freedoms. This day must also be used to promote the creation of international links that are stronger. This through the implementation of projects of exchange at the school level to exchange understanding, for dialogue, and for tolerance. This day must also be used to organize meetings between various religious groups and sectarian groups in order to share experience in teaching tolerance and in order to reject extremism, to mitigate issues of ideology such as Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, and other extremist groups. We reaffirm our commitment to the global counterterrorist strategy of the United Nations and the 4 fundamental pillars that aim to eliminate the conditions that enable the promotion of terrorism. The efforts to promote tolerance, reconciliation, to promote inclusive and peaceful societies, and to combat violent extremism must be focused on the root causes of these issues. These root causes of extremism and violence deal with poverty, social economic reasons, and the frustration of various situations linked to the endemic unemployment, underemployment of youth, and the feeling that they are excluded and marginalized in societies. Those societies that are more and more elitist and oligarchic, and where the escalator is broken down. All forms of discrimination, the promotion of democratic practices, and the respect and strengthening of justice and equality, the defense and promotion of human rights, and the rule of law, all these must be at the heart of our priorities. The international community has recognized the strong transformative potential of combating inequalities. It must give itself the means to change the fate of millions of youth if it wishes to eliminate extremist, religious, violent movements. Benin, as other developing countries, hopes that the implementation of the post-2015 development agenda, which is being finalized, this transformative agenda will truly respond to the aspirations of our peoples for peaceful and inclusive society, for the respect of humans, human dignity, for tolerance, justice, reconciliation, rejecting extremism and terrorism, violence. This will be the basis of the new agenda. There must be training for youths. There must be inclusive economies which will allow prospects for growth and that promote the search for prosperity through legal means. Peaceful and stable societies require democratic institutions that are effective, that strengthen the state in its functions in managing and protecting public space in all its dimensions, including the guarantee for equal access for all to public, social, basic services, and in respecting the rights of future generations. Mr. President, Benin contributes at the sub-regional and continental level to seek for the ways and means to eliminate the roots, to improve the roots of tolerance, to prevent violence, education for peace, development, inter-religious and intercultural dialogue. This will be launched in Benin, Cotonou, from the 26th to the 20th of May this year. This will be during the international symposium that Benin will be hosting. This is one example of its efforts in this area. This symposium is aimed at combating violent extremism, religious extremism in Africa by attacking its roots as laid out in the preamble of the UNESCO Charter. It aims to find a way for religious cohabitation by seeking for common links, exchanges, and joint projects which will allow for harmony to be created and for the will to live together to be strengthened, as well as social progress to the benefit of all of our people. The African initiative has received support from many partners. On the behalf, wish to thank the Alliance of Civilization of the United Nations, UNESCO, the UNDP, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. It has been the focus of an important decision during the 24th session of the Conference of Heads and State and Government of the African Union, which was held in January 2015 in Addis Ababa. In addition, the UNGA took the initiative through the adoption on the 15th of December 2014 of the resolution to promote dialogue, understanding, and cooperation between religions and cultures for peace. One of the important topics in the symposium in Cotonou will be the adoption of a manifesto on tolerance, dialogue, and understanding, which is a new commitment to bring about peace through weapons such as understanding and heart. Beyond what we are seeing today, Benin needs the support of all so that the promises that it is bringing about through this initiative can be brought to life, and invites you to be part of this symposium. I thank you for your kind attention. I thank the representative of Benin, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express on behalf of the OIC General Secretariat our sincere appreciation to the UN Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, and the High Representative for the UNAOC for this important initiative. Let me also reiterate at the outset our guiding principles. The OIC calls for tolerance, harmonious, and peaceful coexistence among various cultures, religions, and civilizations. It rejects intolerance, discrimination, and violent extremism. It respects and promotes respect for different kinds of traditions and religious practices while encouraging interfaith, intercultural, and intercivilizational dialogues. The OIC believes in the need for mobilizing and reaching out to civil society, including religious leaders, women, and youth. The OIC has strong interest in further strengthening and enhancing cooperation with the UNAOC in the respective areas, in particular to address the issue of intolerance and discrimination based on religions and beliefs, and to promote harmonious coexistence of people and cultures. Mr. President, at a time when we face abundant interreligious challenges threatening world's precious heritage and traditions of interreligious coexistence and social cohesion, leading to fragmentation of social fabrics of societies, particularly when it comes to conflicts presented as religious antagonism between communities in Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia, naturally we need to ponder about and reinforce initiatives, institutions, and individuals that can make a meaningful, positive impact on the course of future developments. As a matter of fact, despite all the gloomy pictures surrounding us today, the international community has come a long way in recent years. Institutionally, in its endeavors to combat religious hatred, including but not limited to Islamophobia, Christianophobia, and anti-Semitism, and to promote freedom of religion, religious intolerance, a global culture of peace, as well as intercivilizational and interreligious dialogue. In addition to the efforts of UNESCO and many regional, national, and international initiatives, positive momentum was ignited through initiatives such as the Alliance of Civilizations, A Common World, World Interfaith Harmony Week, launching of the Istanbul process to encourage implementation of HRC Resolution 1618, and the establishment of the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz International Center for Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue. What we need to do now is interconnect and operationalize these initiatives to support local initiatives. Mr. President, it is vital that religious leaders, as moral leaders of their communities, should be empowered to play a responsible role to ensure communal peace and harmony. Recent developments in the Middle East, Africa, and Southeast Asia have shown us that despite all efforts towards deepening and transforming interfaith dialogue into practical cooperation, we should be mindful that exploitation of religious sentiments and perceptions of injustice and past grievances for political aims might easily alter the conflict to acquire religious connotations. We must also encourage interfaith initiatives to develop capacity and mechanisms in order to play a preventative role and reconciliatory role. In this regard, let me take this opportunity to mention just a few important initiatives supported by the OIC. In addition to supporting the MENA Regional Interreligious Council of Religions for Peace as an important regional multi-religious mechanism that is led by the religious leaders of the region's religious communities to advance citizenship, religious freedom, and protection of minorities, as well as supporting commendable initiatives of the UN AOC CAICID, we are also contributing as a co-founder to the Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers. This network was initiated in 2013 as a collaborative effort between Finchurch Aid, the OIC, and Religions for Peace with the encouragement of the UN Mediation Support Unit and UN AOC Secretariat. It aims to draw on and strengthen the positive contribution of religious and traditional peacemakers and strives to connect the efforts of the UN with these important peace advocates. The OIC General Secretariat is also engaged in developing projects with an aim to create hope among future generations through the implementation of country-specific microfinance projects and the establishment of a culture fund at the Islamic Development Bank, IDB, to provide opportunities for young artists and creative people to express themselves in the belief that creating outlets for creativity is a counter-discourse to violent extremism. Moreover, I would like to highlight the importance of top-down global or regional interfaith dialogue initiatives which could support local peace-building efforts. Visible increase in the role of faith-based actors in both prevention and also deterioration of conflicts, as well as various challenges such as the promotion of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, religious tolerance, respect, and interfaith dialogue, have shown the need for creation of multiple avenues of dialogue simultaneously. In addition to existing global, regional, national, and local interreligious dialogue efforts, these could include Muslim-Christian historical reconciliation, Muslim-Buddhist dialogue, and dialogue between political and thought leaders, including secular and humanist ones on one side and religious leaders on the other. Naturally, efforts could not be sustained without the proactive involvement and mobilization of women and youth. I wish to conclude by emphasizing, while we mourn for every soul we have lost to senseless violence, including the most recent reprehensible assaults on Christians and other minorities, OIC member states are also among those widely impacted by extreme violence. Muslims suffer from those groups that have hijacked Islam in the most inaccurate and illiterate readings of its texts. At the same time, Muslims are under assaults of ideological and Islamophobic voices that stigmatize, outcast, and blame Islam and Muslims for the ills of the world. Thus, we as an organization have every interest to join, contribute to, and be at the forefront of all efforts in the fight against violent extremism as understood in its multifaceted nature, sources, and manifestations. In this regard, we firmly stand by Human Rights Council Resolution 1618 and work sincerely with our partners, including the United States and EU, towards the implementation of its provisions. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and I give the floor to the Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the President of the United Nations General Assembly, the United Nations General Secretary General, and the High Representative of the United Nations Alliance of Civilization for convening this high-level debate on the crucial topic of promoting tolerance and reconciliation, fostering peaceful, inclusive societies, and countering violent extremism. It is a pleasure to be here today and represent the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean in my capacity as the Vice President of the Assembly and the President of the Third Standing Committee on Human Rights and Dialogue Among Civilizations. Our Assembly is proud to be a permanent observer of the United Nations General Assembly and a member of the group of friends of the Alliance that, in the declaration, accepted the first program of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean aimed at fostering mutual cooperation and understanding amongst the Parliamentary Assembly for the Mediterranean member region as a whole. On the regional level, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean is actively engaged in fostering peaceful and inclusive societies by providing a platform for dialogue amongst the representatives of the people of its 27 member states on an equal footing, as well as a broad spectrum of stakeholders, including international organizations, civil society, academia, and the private sector. Through this institutionalized framework, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean works tirelessly to promote the protection of civilians, respect for human rights, and the facilitation of trade, investment, and development in order to achieve a stable, prosperous, and peaceful Mediterranean region for all. Most recently, PAM took a more proactive approach to combating the growing threat of terrorism. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean has partnered with the United Nations on Drug and Crime and the European Union for an ongoing series of parliamentary meetings on counter-terrorism and the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2178 to address the foreigner fighter phenomenon. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean has also decided to implement during the current year a task force of parliamentarians formed and prepared by the United Nations to be available to visit the countries where humanitarian crises are happening, or problems or extremism, terrorism, or war, in order to develop parliamentary diplomacy and consequently adequate legislation on different countries. The Mediterranean has been the historic home to many great civilizations, and now is a diverse area with a multitude of ethnicities, religions, and cultures. This is why tolerance, inclusiveness, and mutual understanding are essential for peaceful coexistence in our region and beyond. How can we talk about human rights and tolerance when in last week, more than 1,000, nearly 2,000 people died in the Mediterranean Sea? We don't want a sea of death, we want a sea of peace. Unfortunately, today, large parts of the Mediterranean region are plagued with violent extremism, which is rapidly spreading beyond borders. These expressions of violence claim to be committed in the name of religion, yet they don't share any of the true values of any religion as we heard today. The result is the spread of violence, destruction, and loss of innocent lives. We, parliamentarians, must fight violent extremism by getting to the roots of the problem, by identifying the true motivation behind such atrocious crimes, and identifying societal problems which contribute to radicalization. We must also use an all-out approach to defeat terrorism, not just military means. We must invest in democratic institutions which allow for political participation as well as education and an equitable delivery of services. I myself had the opportunity to prepare 2 reports, one on education, special dedicated to children and women, and one on domestic violence, with resolutions that were totally accepted by the 27 countries and are being implemented. National and regional parliaments must also work tirelessly to safeguard human rights, because it is one of the goals of the extremists to incite overreactions and make us compromise the rule of law in counter-terrorism procedures, or worse yet, to use sweeping definitions of terrorism to suppress political opposition. PAM is committed to this. And regarding human rights, an important meeting was held last year in Antalya, Turkey, where the problems of the Middle East, Syria, Libya, and other countries, and the consequence of the problems of migrations are having the necessity for the respect of the human rights and to take the measures to be taken by the different countries to be accomplished. National and lastly, we must acknowledge that extremism is a global problem and it knows no boundaries. It requires cooperation on a worldwide level. Therefore, believe that today's event has immense value, as it is a global forum for world leaders as well as religious leaders to come together for dialogue, building of trustful relationships, and a united voice against violent extremism. I hope that this meeting will strengthen our collective will for a peaceful, diverse, and tolerant world. We, the parliamentaries, are ready to work with you, especially religious leaders, to take the necessary measures where legislators can be of help in our national capacity and through a collective effort such as our role in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Count on us, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. We have thus heard the last speaker for the plenary. Before concluding, I would like to remind participants that the panel discussion entitled Building a Counter-Narrative that Emphasizes Tolerance for Diversity, Freedom of Expression, and Human Rights will begin promptly at 3 p.m. in the Trusteeship Council chamber. Immediately afterwards, we will continue to hear speakers from the plenary segment, and then we'll follow with the closing segment. The meeting is adjourned.